Marshall.
Oh.
Cowboy Red.
Here.
Stanley Wooden Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn there. Here. Ray O'Yohop.
Oh.
Robert Radley.
No.
Charles DeBray Jr. Dale Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Malonja. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Sherry Wright Plank.
Lucky.
Camelon Wilcox. Here. Liza Kilgusite. Michael Bolt Sr. William Kendall.
Here.
Dan Blackwood with theirs.
Oh.
Harriet Little Thunder.
Here.
Morning, Council. It looks like we have a quorum. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:06. Chris, can you please see it there first?
Yeah. Discussion, now let me pick you stay up. Discussion. I just want to say thank you for giving us a stay. Thank you for allowing us to be here. I want to say a prayer for each and every one of you and your families, for each and every one of the people who are sitting outside. To pray for each and every one of your families as well. Pray for our communities back home. Pray for our loved ones. And I pray that we can come together in a good way today and get things done in a positive way for our people. Hi ho hey hi ho hey hi yo hi ho hey oh hey oh hey yo hi hey oh hey oh hi yo hey hi yo hi yo hey hi yo hi yo hey oh hi yo hey yo I hey oi, Tonga shela yo hey, Toma boha gay oh hey on keshni le jaji kelo. I hey ya khate haya oh ya take hey wechi chale ka chale chamuelo yo hay oh mitaki that's it.
Thank you. The only request to be excused is Charles DeBray. Any others?
That's fair. The excuse at 3. Dental.
Emily? At 4. Are there any other requests? Alvin?
Shoot. Yeah, you got me.
What?
At noon? Okay.
I thought I see Patch in the hallway.
Yes. Mike, I think Lila's gonna be late. And Wayne, is Wayne late? Okay.
A motion to excuse Charles.
Motion to excuse Charles and the ones leaving early. Motion by Tammy, second by Totes. Question by Todd. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0, 1.
Not voting.
Not voting.
1501. Okay, we have agenda approval of casino and gaming. Are there any other additions? Sherry, Michelle, and Tammy.
I wanted to add in the MILAC vacancy, the Mini Luza Advisory Committee vacancy, and then I'm not sure if you were planning on giving us any updates, but I wanted to talk about some of the stuff coming out of the White House and what we're doing, and possibly make some motions for Eric to draft resolutions for us regarding trying to protect the funding that we have.
Bring that under the treasurer too. Come in because we had some information yesterday. Michelle.
That's what I was gonna ask too as well, because I attended their meeting the other week, and also wanted to see if we had all our committees selected too.
No, that's on my report for tomorrow.
Are they filled or not? No. So can we pick a time to do that as well?
Well,
those?
or do you want to do it under her report tomorrow?
we, under her report, just so we can get it done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Tammy, then Emily.
I'd like to add personnel and constitutional officer concerns.
Under new business. Emily.
Good morning. I just had a question for tomorrow. Is it a whole new agenda or are we continuing this meeting? Like, do we
It's
need to
a
add?
regular agenda tomorrow.
It'll go back to the right one and then we can add different things that we need. Okay, thank you. Oh, I know, sorry. It was just about travel. Will it be under yours tomorrow then? Our travel report or do you want us today?
Yeah, we can do it under my report tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
For tomorrow. Ben.
Good morning, council. I just wanted to find out if we can address, my community, we've lost several lives in that roadway there. So I want to discuss what we can do to help, I guess maybe lighten it up with some sort of thing. I know transportation has dealt with it, I think, or brought up some stuff. So I would like to at least have council address it too, I think at one point in time here. So I would like to bring that up. I don't know if it's today, if you have enough time, or maybe tomorrow.
Okay, we'll put it on for tomorrow or today and tomorrow. I know there's been some concerns. We've talked about having a prayer service up there and also possibly lowering the speed limit up there. So I don't know if that's something immediate that we can address before, we have to probably look at making that road wider too. If you can think of anybody that can come down, maybe transportation or in the road department, we could talk about doing that because.
Yeah, I know there's people talking about walkways, and then I had some ideas of putting the lights on approaches and stuff. So that's what I was hoping that we could probably look at when we live there. So it'd be easier, but discussion would be so.
Okay. Totes.
Good morning, everyone. Wayne's gonna update us on,
Yeah.
okay, and then can we also talk about the fair, you guys? Because we need to bring that up forth now because it's coming around the corner. What are we gonna do about it with all these cuts and everything? And if we are gonna do something, let's start getting the ball rolling.
We'll put that on the agenda too.
Okay.
And then if we don't get to it today, we'll put it on for tomorrow.
For tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we do have some visitors here that would like to speak later on.
Any other additions? RST.
With Ben's thing for transportation, can we get a hold of them if we do talk about it today?
Yeah.
Have them come over prior to.
Down.
Can we also have Luanda come down, because there's already a project that's gonna be in place, you guys, and she can come down and explain it about the sidewalk all the way from here to St. Francis, but she has all that information also.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about having Paul down too. And then we talked about just, lowering the speed limit too. So I don't know if that would take some type of resolution or action. Our in-house attorney is on leave for the week too, so we'll have to.
65 till 50 to get to Two Strike. It's 55 from there, but.
Is there a motion to approve our agenda? Motion by Bill, second by Totes. Question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. 17-0-0. Okay, first on our agenda is the casino report. Did you get those minutes? Get those minutes?
Good morning, council and administration.
Good morning.
So November, we saw the normal dip down that we normally see. It's our lowest performing month. However, we still outperformed last year by decent amounts. Our active members were up 31% over last year. We had 59% more trips. Coin-in was up 46% and SlotNet was up 61%. So seasonal downturn, but looking at Coin-in and SlotNet, we're still performing pretty much at parity with pre-COVID levels. We're starting to see an uptick in February. The taxes coming in and everything. The cold weather definitely messed with us for this month, but we expect that to pick up. We have our big promotion at the end of March, on March 29th. We'll be giving away top prize is $10,000 cash. We've gotten a lot of engagement on that promotion so far. Barrel's about halfway full already. And it'll pick up a lot that night.
Do you have a question?
That's all I have. Okay, are there any questions? Ben.
Good morning. I have quite a bit of, I guess after finding out quite a bit of the information, financial and stuff like that, because there's not much going on there at the casino, from what it sounds like. So I'm just curious if there's anything that's going to be coming up here in the future about anything. I know with the financial part of it, it don't seem like much, but I mean, I guess if whatever we can do to help, because the casino is going to, everybody looks at the casino to at least have something, you know, like entertainment night of some sort. You know, I know it's entertainment already out there, but you have that big entertainment area. So I was kind of hoping that down the road there. But looking at that financials, I don't know if that's even right, but I'm sure we'll probably get it on, you know, the general manager's report on it. But those are just my concerns as we move forward on it. I don't know. I guess one of the things I wanted to bring up was, you know, renting out the hall, I guess, and that wasn't a priority. I guess I got a call. You know, people want to have some stuff out there, but they're not, you're not allowing that. You're saying that it's business. You guys have to deal with businesses, but they are paying customers. So, I mean, you know, if you're going to deny them tribal members to have anything out there, then that's kind of a concern, you know. But, you know, again, if there's nothing going on out there, and I know bingo is one of the biggest thing out there, but is there anything else out there? I know darts is over now. So, I mean, we would like to see some things out there. Maybe just have a local person come in with a guitar. I don't know, something, you know, but those are just my concerns because, again, it sounds like everything's just dropping and by the wayside and nothing's going to be out there. I think, I know from along, of course, the way things are going with the government, it's like sad news, like, oh, casino is just out there. So those are just my concerns that we have something out there to help the people just, you know, enjoy it, I guess. But we're really kind of frustrated that you're denying people, I guess, things to have out there. You know, you say it's a business, but that's what that is out there. You know, I mean, to help bring in revenue of some sort. Even the revenue that's coming in is not going to help out as much from what I can tell with those financials. So, you know, at least something. I don't know how long it's going to last. We could shut it down tomorrow. I mean, if that's what it's going to take. I don't know. I mean, so it's just concerning that we're not having anything out there. That's just my thoughts and the concerns on it. But is there anything in the future here?
So we don't have any current entertainment. And as far as denying anybody, I have 2 meetings that'll be scheduled today, and that's about, I haven't had a person ask to rent the hall. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. We don't turn anybody away unless it's already, like if they're trying to have an event during our bingo events or something like that. If we already have something going on, that's about the only time we'll deny that date, but we try to find them a different date that works.
Right.
So I'm not sure.
No, I was just saying because it was my wife that called out there to ask about an event because we have our wedding anniversary coming up 25th. It was denied out there. We usually have it out to the casino, you know, to help bring in the business part of it. But so she was denied about it because he said that it was a business and that we're not going to disrupt any other business, which is fine. I mean, but we're doing it over in Valentine, the fairgrounds over there. But, you know, that's something I think a lot of people would like to have seen anyways. A lot of our local people in celebrating in our local buildings. But so those are just concerns that I had there. But again, if we have stuff coming up in the future, I would like to maybe put it out there because again, it's not happening. You know, nothing's going on out there. So we need some kind of activity. I think bingo is the greatest thing ever. I know my family is really hardcore about it, and my brothers and sisters. So I mean, that's kind of my thing on it. Is that, you know, they're determined to be out there all the time, bingo. But I'm not one of those guys out there. I would like to see other entertainment also out there too. So if we can look into that, that'd be great. So thank you.
Are there any other questions? Please do your report. William. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'd like to start off with your question. I haven't had a phone call of anyone that we have said no to, unless there was something already in place. I have no problems of anything in the event center. One thing is, I know what we're going to eventually get into, but the casino is performing above previous levels. Our biggest problem is our debt load, which pulls everything out. I just want to get into, I've never said no to anyone wanting to come in the event center unless we had something previously scheduled. And if anyone, anyone else is having an issue, feel free to tell them to call me. I'd be more than glad to talk. Okay. On to this fun stuff, by the way. As Marcus had said, the casino's performance levels are above last year and a lot of them above pre-COVID. It sounds great. Again, the biggest problem is our debt load. We just have a lot of debts on the books. That aside, we have 4 more new machines coming in next week and 4 more machines are being converted. What we are doing is keeping the slot floor up and running and doing our best at a very, very cautiously rate of bringing new material on the floor. The reason I say cautiously is because it adds to our accounts payable line. And I'm trying my best to avoid adding to it at best. We are seeing slight increases this past week. Obviously, tax refunds again to people. It's always good. But again, as I will keep saying again and again, it's great when we can always put more money in the bank. Nobody argues it, but we owe tons of money out there. But we're trying our best to keep it going and not add onto the accounts payable line in that direction. Otherwise, I have over the last few weeks sent information out. I sent information out when we had the impromptu meeting a few weeks back, and I did forward to everybody. The first 2 things I would like to make changes would be obviously what I sent you to the hotel and the food service. Those we would see immediate cash relief, lack of a better term. I'm doing all that stuff. I'm anxious to hear anyone's opinion about what I sent out. I have sent out recently, a little over a week ago, the first quarter fiscal financials, which still aren't great, but slightly better, again, with increase in play. Off sale is down a little bit because of the competition, but we've also adjusted in off sale our inventory levels and payroll levels to try and keep that positive cash flow in doing. We saw a decrease recently at the fuel plaza, and that's mainly because we had to have the tanks fixed for EPA issues. So we offered gas at unbelievable discounts. They did their fix. We were closed for 5 days, and we had to pay for the tanks to be refilled. So that obviously, that is sort of, you'll see that for a month, and that's eventually going to go away again as business picks up there and things like that. Again, the slots are performing well. We got to make a decision on what we want to do with food and beverage. I think, again, I'm looking for opinions. I'd like to close the buffet and move all the deli operations inside the restaurant. We will save, if I remember right, I've got to pull my papers out, so please bear with me. We're going to save minimally $40,000, $50,000 a month in food orders by doing that. Nobody's losing their jobs. We're just moving the operations inside there. In the long run, I think, again, and everyone's up for their opinion, we should flag it to a restaurant, have a restaurant come in and take the space, pay us a minimum rent, be open to the hours we want. And I'm talking about like 3-meal restaurants. I'm going to use example, Perkins, Bob Evans, places like that, who don't have any basically presence in this area. I think it would actually be great business because I think nobody would draw on Valentine's having something like that. That itself will save in the food department, if we do that in the long run, take time to look out, over $1 million a year. The hotel, I believe it's best for us to negotiate to drop choice. Between the fees and everything else, alone can't put us in the black eyes by what we do.
Sharon.
So as far as the hotel inequality, I kind of went over your suggestions here.
Yes.
How many of our reservations are generated from online sales? And then with the annual fee that you have here for going with somebody else, like you mentioned Expedia, the travel group. It looks like it's more than that's the penalties that I'm reading.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
But how many of our reservations are booked online?
90% of them.
90%? Okay, so moving to a different travel agency or travel group, you don't think that would affect it? We'd be
No.
able to still,
Because the motion I would put in place is we could put it out, what we call a cloud-based reservation system that's very well known for the equivalent of about $700 a month only. We could actually make changes to our website and take reservations off of it at a very nominal cost. And being part of the Expedia travel group is just they take anything that comes through their site, they just take a small percentage to that.
okay.
So we'd be money ahead.
And then who's authorizing the comps?
That was previous management.
Okay. Thank you.
That's correct.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Are you getting things taken care of at the hotel? Because several of us received calls during, when SGU had Founders Day. And it was really disturbing to get calls from our travel members saying about second floor with your bed bugs. Do you guys check? How often do you guys check for those things?
I took rooms every day. I have an exterminator coming in once every 10 days.
Okay, and how are you doing on customer service?
We're trying our best on it. I mean, I don't know anyone that doesn't complain about customer service. We're trying our best. We got a new manager in there. She brought somebody with hotel experience. I'd love to tell you it's going to be perfect. I can't make that promise, but we're getting
I know
there.
you guys are working on it. So
Yeah.
thank you. And then I have a young lady, if there's no objections, that would like to ask a question, right? Did you want to?
I was asking because does the community get asked questions when they're reporting like this?
Yeah.
Oh, we can?
Yes.
I'm asking for the sake of these nephews, so.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I guess I object.
Yeah.
I just want us to stick to the business and
Yeah.
maybe when we're done, if the public wants to ask a
Okay.
question.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you. Mike, did you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, I got here on time, but I was visiting Wayne. Wayne showed me a document that was prepared by the CPA firm that spent some time out there. Have you spoke to that? Are you familiar with?
From Mr. Fry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I read every one of them.
Have you shared that with the body here?
I did with everything I sent out in last report. That was everything, yeah.
Okay, bottom line is the slot machines are the only thing out there that are generating income, basically, right?
Yeah, the main part.
And their recommendation is that supporting services, that's everything else out there, aside from slot machine operations, need to be brought down to a level where they can be supported by the slot machines revenue. And there still needs to be money left over after that to pay some pretty heavy liabilities. It's a pretty serious situation. Yeah. So what's the plan?
Well, the plan,
Specifically, what's the plan?
the first two things, which I sent out to everyone a few weeks ago, is I'd like to deal with the restaurant and the hotel. And
You said that the last time you were here.
well, I was waiting for comments. Nobody responded to anything I
We
said.
hired you to fix things, not to wait for us to.
And I-
You're the one that needs to make the decisions.
Well, if I am to move Choice, I need, since Choice is here, it was made clear to me last meeting that it needs to be brought up to this body and they basically need to give me the okay to do it on some of that stuff.
Okay, now, this body should not be, micromanaging what you're doing out there.
Correct.
And I'm not, this is a statement to my colleagues here. What's your relationship with the gaming commission? Working relationship? Candidly,
It's average.
what's that?
It's average.
Average?
Average.
I've been told from a good source that, they're one of your biggest problems, micromanaging again.
Yes, they are.
Okay? Is that a fact? You
It's,
say it. It's a fact. Say it.
it's a close fact. I'm not going to say 100% of it, but yeah, it's a close fact.
But it's significant enough to
It is an issue.
be an issue. Okay. The gaming commission, I am told again, and I don't know, this is fact, but do they come to you and get the information to generate reports that they need to generate? To be informed as to what's going on out there? Bottom line is, everything that's happened, how come the gaming commission, I mean, it's curious, now I'm speaking to the body here, it's curious that our gaming commission, hasn't sounded the alarm a long time ago. And I think if you really look at this thing in an honest fashion and read the CPA report, and have a truthful discussion with yourselves, amongst ourselves, I think you'll all agree that there's been a lot of people that have fallen down the job out there, obviously, because we have a serious problem. And Wayne's got a solution, but it's going to be painful. Some of you ain't going to like it, but we're going to have to do it. That's all I've got to say.
The reason why I bring what I'm bringing up now is when we did make some changes originally, I was asked to be more communicative with the council on these changes. And that's why I sent it out. Some of these are large changes. Some of them I don't want just our board to sit on. I want everyone in this room to know things would like to do that will actually help us save money. But when it comes down to taking Choice down and things like that, that's something that has to come in here because we have to try and negotiate of a contract that you're in year 6 of 20. And I need permission to have our attorney get into negotiations with them to get out of it. As far as the restaurant, I know we talked about this one. It was a very emotional issue, and I was asked again to communicate with everybody on that. I'm ready to do everything we ask. The last conversations I had wasn't a complete council meeting. It was strictly with certain people on the executive level. That's why I'm bringing it up now. And I want everyone, if they don't agree with me, to voice their opinion. Because again, I would like to make sure we're all on the same page. That's why I waited. We didn't have a council meeting last month, so it's come to this time.
Well, the numbers tell a very serious story.
Correct.
And it's well, if we don't do something, something's going to be done to us. Period.
Yeah, I really agree with that.
And I hope we don't dally around with this thing until that happens. And obviously the biggest boogeyman is the Internal Revenue Service. At some point, they're going to demand something. And we better, we don't want to get to that point.
I agree with you.
Yeah, again, I'm speaking to the body here, not just yourself. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think the first and foremost things I'd like to do, and I agree with the IRS issue, no doubt about it. This is start.
We've got to do some distasteful things. Make some distasteful decisions. Again, I'm speaking to the body here. And I think if you can understand the numbers, what the numbers say, you'll agree with what I'm saying.
Wayne, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just, what I handed out to you, all should have received already your email. The reason I handed out to you is last page, I handed out to you what we need to discuss today, and we need to arrive at some kind of solution. That doesn't happen today, and I think that the basic number, the operation staying open. I mean, I encourage you all to read the report in detail. The report talks about our accounting systems not being properly managed going through back to 2020. You know, our accounting systems are set up with a series of internal controls. And if you don't honor those internal controls, then none of the information is reliable. So that it's possible for an accountant to audit it. It's possible for an accountant to go and prepare financial reports accurately. And the details released down to you shows that when you enter into the system and you definition it, you have to close those out. If you don't close it out, it's up to somebody to go in there and change it. Some of these systems haven't been closed out since 2020. Open continuously. 2018. So that's why with these last two audits we have, the auditors say they're unauditable. There's no way that they can give anybody an accurate financial information of what happened out there. For the last 6 months, these guys have been trying to put together some financial statements. And what's in front of me now, the last 4 months, and it's not good. But at least it's showing some improvement. But I don't want to elaborate on what happened in the past. I want to talk about how we correct it today, so it doesn't happen again. This last page speaks to the debt we're in. A couple items on there that we need to take care of and we need to do like today. And those have to do with the tax. The only way I know how to do it is to go out and establish a line of credit for the casino down at the bank, BMO, where we have some CDs, and get those paid. You can set that line of credit up on a term that is not going to break the casino to pay it back. The other thing we have to do is we have to negotiate with those vendors. We have over $2 million in bills to our vendors out there. I'm confident that these vendors will work with this, but we have to sit down and, for example, if they're currently getting 20% revenue now, let's offer them another 2 or 3% on top of that until we get current. But at least start making our payments now. We need to start doing that, those kind of negotiations right now so that they don't get excited and pull a plug. And then the other thing we have to do is we have to allow Bill to cut where he has to cut. That food out there for some reason, I don't care how far back you go, it costs us more to purchase the food than what we sell it for. That's just the food. It's not talking about the cooks, whatever else. That's just the cost of the food. And that's a major part of why we're in a hole. So that has to be addressed. So, I mean, that's what. But today, before we leave today, this last page, we have to work out some sort of a solution so that Mr. Fry can go out and take care of these bills.
Sherry, Wayne, or Sherry, Totes, Wayne, and Ben. Oh, no, Wayne are
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to, make a suggestion to the council that you all read his cost-cutting suggestions, and if you already have, I am in favor of them. I think they're good, especially since you said, nobody's gonna be laid off. That's the most important thing for us here right now, is making sure that people still have their jobs. But, going through this report that you gave, or this analysis, your projections look really good as far as cost savings. So I think this is a good plan, and in my opinion, you should move forward with it.
It's cost savings from straight off the financials, what we're paying for, so that's not.
I think that's really good.
Okay.
And then, with that, I will make a motion for the treasurer to go establish a line of credit for the casino at BMO, in reference to the taxes.
I'll second. Motion seconded by Emily, or Lila.
Emily.
Sorry, I can't see you. Seconded by Emily. Question? By Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 2. 1702, motion.
Thank you. So with that, if, when you move forward with this plan here, are you gonna have marketing to get the information out so people are aware of what's going on?
We're
Okay.
ready to make the move, yes.
Have you reached out to any of the potential restaurants? This, interesting, this is a suggestion that this body's been making to the casino for a long time, not just for the casino, but also for Current Hills as well, is to outsource it.
To tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind, doing the exact same thing eventually. Let another company come in, like a Wyndham or something else, do a super rate up there. And they still have our employees, but we're not responsible for anything there. And that's part of what I put in that report too. But we gotta get out of the police contract first.
Okay. And you said we're in year 6 of 20 for that first contract? Okay. Have you, read it over, and are there any penalties for opting out early?
Probably gonna get hit something, but it doesn't hurt to have the attorney reach out to us first. When I get those answers, I was given to this whole body.
Thank you. And thank you. I do know why you're proposing all this stuff here, and it's because with the poker game situation, we all kind of jumped on you when you attempted to close those tables. So I appreciate you giving us this information.
We went back last week and looked at tables. Tables hasn't made, we only went back as far as 2019. Tables wasn't making money either. Losing less than these other places, but we need to discuss what's good business decisions, what's bad business decisions, and go from there. And that's why I'm sharing this with everybody.
Sherry, where did you say to establish a line of credit from?
BMO.
You had beat. So do you need action from this body to?
No, I want literally the actions to come from my board, which I will get those, but I was asked to communicate with the body. That's why I'm communicating.
Okay, and I just didn't know if that was to, negotiate your contract.
Absolutely.
Okay, for the franchise.
Mhm.
Okay, I have, Sherry Totes, Ben, then Mike.
You know, this has been ongoing, we all know it, has been since when I was on the floor last time. You know, they even refused to have a gaming consultant going out there. And Wayne said something, he said, it's in the past and we move forward. But there needs to be consequences for the past also, because there's been a lot of damage done out there and what's been happening. And we know with what's going on with IRS, we're thankful that we haven't been hit yet. There's some pretty serious stuff going on out there. And I think there needs to be consequences for those that were in charge, because all we're doing is recycling and allowing them to go from one job to another. And we need to stop that. There needs to be consequences if you want to mess with the people's money, because we work for the people So thank you for correcting things in a diligent way, but I think that there does need to be consequences. This stuff is very serious, and we have a lot coming at us right now, so we're gonna have to be unified here, you know, and I wish that there was more transparency from our tribal president also.
I can tell you that,
Thank you.
you know, since we're, you know, in full honesty, we had a line of credit recently at the casino before I got here. It was maxed out. You know how we're paying for it? We're using one of our CDs to guarantee against it. So we've lost the CD that was sitting there for situations like this. Yeah. I'm not pointing out the past, I'm just pointing out what's exact fact that what we're dealing with now. Okay, credit cards at $50,000 lines that we're finally almost paid off with, and things like that.
You know, Mike, you and I always bring this word out, micromanaging. You know, we're not micromanaging. We're working for the people and we're trying to help find solutions. So, that's what we're doing. We're not micromanaging nobody. We're trying to find solutions for the people. Thank you.
And then Mike.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess for me, my biggest concern, I guess, with a lot of the stuff that's going on, I read the report which I sent out last week. You know, the past year has been really kind of rocky. I know we've had a lot of issues with gaming, you know, and kind of hindering a lot of the progress with the casino. But, you know, to me, I think the biggest concern I had at that time, and just getting things straight, because I know we've had like a whole year where a lot of committees weren't meeting. They weren't, you know, communicating. They weren't getting together in a sense, I suppose. So my biggest, I guess, pet peeve on that was the casino board of directors. They're supposed to be in there to make sure these things are not, you know, are being followed and none of this stuff has happened. So these are one of my biggest issues, is why it was continued this far and it still didn't happen. So I'm on that board of directors now. But again, I'm not going to be able to get on the meetings because I got to go through my PMO license, which I do apologize to haven't done. But again, that board's still not meeting in a normal fashion monthly, which they're supposed to be doing. And the other thing is that they should be stopping a lot of these things that are occurring with paying bills. I mean, you see in the financials, they got to make the right decision to do this stuff. You know, this body basically is recognize them as the governing body of the casino. So they should be able to go give you direction, help you in solving these types of issues. So that was my biggest concern. That's why I said, you know, well, we need to straighten that out, make sure that board gets straightened out over there. So again, I did get on it for the past 3 months, but we have not had a meeting. And the meeting was just saying, well, we'll meet when we want, or meet before the casino goes in front of the council. I mean, for any type of issues, you know, which is kind of concerning to me because it's only pressing issues. When that board meets, they should be meeting on everything like that, financials, anything that's in there, anything that they can make decisions on. Now, of course, this body could be getting those reports also as time goes on. So both the reports should be jiving at the same time. So, but I do apologize that I'm not able to get on that one. So I am requesting a step down from the casino board of directors if anybody's willing to.
We need a motion for that.
Motion.
I am in communication with them on a weekly basis. We did have a meeting in January. I'm a big believer, as I am in communication, of not having meetings for the sake of having meetings to discuss things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're I think going to be due to meeting next week. And February was a month of some bitter cold and things like this, and so there wasn't a reason to meet that I didn't have anything large to discuss with them. So I do communicate with them on a regular basis.
Well, I mean, they should be meeting no matter what. Every committee meets every month, twice a year. You got the board up there to have a committee meets twice a month. And those boards, whether it's a chartered entity or not, they should be meeting no matter what. I mean, you shouldn't have, there's things to be talked about up there, because we've been getting a lot of phone calls, you know, about, again, the hotel, about, you know, again, the entertainment area, the gaming floor itself, you know, the cleanliness of the casino itself. So there's a lot of issues that do come up, and that's where that committee and that board should be addressing, no matter what. So you can't say there's nothing to talk about when you go there. There's no concerns.
I don't get half the information that you get sometimes.
Well, but again, if you can get at those boards and meet, I'm sure they'll come up, you know, no matter what. And those three board members on that board should be able to have that information, because there's a lot of people out there, especially tribal members, that will say, hey, let's go to that board of directors so we can find out what's going on, and, you know, we can voice our concerns. Otherwise, they're going to come here and we're going to get this, and that's where we get a lot of this information, a lot of this backlash. So that's the reason why I say these committees should meet no matter what. The committee level should be able to stop majority of this stuff from happening. And not only that, they should be able to at least fix some of this stuff. So if they say, we're not going to pay a bill today, that's where that should stop right then and there. You have to pay that bill. So somebody on that board has to say, you got to be doing the right thing by paying those bills. If you're not, we're going to be in trouble. And that's where it ends up right here. So that's my biggest thing. That's where it should stop right off the bat. So that's just my take on it. But I don't know if anybody got a motion to.
Move to step down from the casino board of directors.
Yes.
We have a second. Second by Sherry. Question. By Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
3, 1.
1601. Council, should we address that under the secretary's report tomorrow to fill that vacancy as Redway? Yeah. I'm gonna add it. Tammy. Oh, wait, I have Ben, Mike, Sherry, the Tammy.
That was just my, I'm done.
Mike.
Yeah, just a comment. I would suggest that we try to refrain from suggesting to the management how they do things and what they should be, paying attention to. Right now, the casino, the operation of the casino, basically, money that gets dropped in those slot machines out there, that's what this is all about. I mean, that's where we should concentrate. I mean, the hotel, the what do you call the convenience store over there, that stuff. We shouldn't be, we don't need to be talking about that stuff right now. The nitty-gritty guts of the operation of the casino out there, those slot machines, that's where, it's gonna happen. That's what's gonna save us, basically. So, let's accept the fact that everybody fell down on the job here. Everybody, with the exception of the new guy here, excuse me. But everybody fell down on the job here. The gaming commission, they're the watchdog. The board of directors, they were supposed to keep an eye on things. Did he ever come here and sound the alarm? No, didn't happen. Face it. Don't make excuses for anybody. If it were up to me, I'd replace all of them. But it's not up to me.
Sherry and Tammy.
I was just looking at this report and at the bottom it says luxury tax liability not included. Is that being taken care of?
But this week.
That's money owed to us.
Yeah.
That's money owed to us.
I know.
We can't afford to pay ourselves.
Point of order, I know.
Well, let's keep this thing intelligent.
Point of order.
Mike, don't be,
It's 114.
another turn.
Plus, fees for fine.
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you. When is the hearing?
March 5th or 7th, it's one of those 2 days.
Has there been any discussion about an extension or payment plan? Or is that what's going to happen at the hearing?
Not at this point, no. Being where we are in the month and being what's happening, we made this an issue to get taken care of. And then we will have the discussions. I mean, the casino is being taxed in many different directions. It's been a luxury tax, the utilities tax, the old gaming commission, and we're still, as put this in, getting the tribe money as we're trying to do. I'm not making excuses and not throwing stones. I'm trying to work that in with making sure Aristocrat Gaming is still paid to keep my machines in front. Make sure L&W, Light and Wonder has money, make sure our systems stay on top of everything else we gotta do. Again, the casino makes its payroll, thank God for that, and make sure that happens. It's what we have at the end of the week after our deposits. I sit on Wednesday and look at our accounts payable list. Knowing what a dollar amount, I can almost guess, make a decision which checks we're gonna cut. And always make sure, local vendors are huge to us. We don't want to stretch them because local vendors are local vendors. And we try to keep them 30 days or less consistently. But as an example, up, casino north of us, Light and Wonder doesn't do business with them anymore because they didn't pay their bills. South of us, Aristocrat Gaming doesn't do business with them anymore. These are two of the largest companies. We don't have that issue, partially because relationship I have with them, and I make sure we send them something every other week. Maybe not be 20, 30, but it might be 6,000 here, 5,000 there. As long as money's coming in the door and I keep in touch with them, we're still okay. But we walk on thin ice with that situation too, because those participation machines are, if you add all our participation machines to our floor play, they are, let's see, I'm going to count the machines, so bear with me. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 26 approximate machines. They are 40%, if not more, of the amount of money that gets put in the players. They're very important machines. That's why I consistently want to put more new machines, because it does it, but I started adding onto our accounts payable side, which makes it tougher at the end of the week. So it's basically a gymnastic going through how many turns I can make to figure out what we can pay and not pay. Yes, we are making a little more money this tax season. We're seeing the difference in checks and everything coming in the door. But it's not like we get to sit down and buy birthday cakes. So we got to turn around and look at long-term AP and what can I get in. Look at that AP list that I did send you guys some weeks back. A lot of that was a year and a half before I got there. We've been paying old invoices and coming up. That's how they want it. We're getting there. It's just, what Mr. Fry was able to do on recreating the 2024 financials when there was no paperwork was a gargantuan effort. He wouldn't have known until his crew came up with it. But neither here nor there. Every week I always have a large deposit on Monday because it makes up for the weekend business. But I got on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday shrinks intensely. Now I got to decide which bills to pay.
You said something that I wanted some clarification on. You said that you pay a gaming commission fee? What is that monthly?
Pay the gaming commission $33,300 a month.
3,000, say that again?
300.
A month.
In my eyes, it is.
What about the utilities? What you said?
We paid, Sherry Todd's paid it all, we make sure all that's taken care of.
Okay, I thought you meant something to do with our TC. I was
There's a
aware.
utilities commission that we get, I just got sent 6 months worth of bills on it. It's not huge, but it's just another check that I have to worry about going out and work.
I mean, is that the stuff that wasn't billed?
What that is, and it's the bill crediting program.
Okay.
And what that is the tribe gets credit for their allocation of power from WAPA. And how the tribe gets money back from that is we assign that to our businesses like you. If your light bill is $100, then that's a credit that the tribe gets. And then you pay 75 of that back to the tribe, and you keep 25 of that for participating in the program.
I didn't realize that.
So it's a benefit to you to have it because the tribe is paying 1/4 of your electric bill for participating in the bill crediting program.
No, I appreciate it. I didn't know that.
What does it have?
Tammy.
Mr. Frost, I just want to say thank you for coming here and giving your reports monthly. I know this is stuff that you have inherited. It's stuff that this council body has been aware of for a very long time. And, it's kind of our responsibility that we have not tried to correct it. One of the things that Mike brought up today was the board and the commission. And in my opinion, I didn't bring the gaming ordinance with me because I know the gaming commission created the board of review to assist the casino to be in compliance with administration. So there's rules and, your takes and whatever that you guys have to follow. But it seems to me in the past, the board of review and their members have not taken their position seriously. Otherwise, we would not be in this position. And if the gaming commission, and it all comes back to politics, I'm gonna put that out there, you know. Everyone's afraid to tattle on everybody because they're linked to somebody, and because of that, stuff gets brushed under the rug and nobody wants to address it. Anyway, I would really like this council to consider removing the board of review members and possibly the gaming commission if they're not taking action on these things that are going on out there. I've asked for the Title 31 to be brought here. Maybe you guys can review that and we can discuss it later. And then make the motion. We can give them notice, have a hearing, and do all that stuff. But this is serious. You know, our casino's in bad shape. And it's because of the boards and committees that we've put in place. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Sherry.
A motion to approve the report.
Motion by Sherry to approve the casino report. Seconded by Tammy. Question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 1702. Motion passed.
Madam Chair, can we take a 2-minute break?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Foss.
I have a question, it's way off, but just, did we get everything for you, like all of the decisions? Do we need to take any more action? Do we have discussion?
You gave me the guidance, that's what I was looking for.
I know, but we talked about like adding on that percentage to the vendors. Does that mean everybody?
Yeah, we'll sit down with, Bill.
Thank you.
Take the more.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, I don't know if that needed our body, our approval.
Well, Mark should put all that information out when they're making, when it's all of these changes.
Very low.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
She's gonna go bad.
Great job.
It's gray by the end of the day.
That's right.
Just a poll to fix whatever.
This is
All right, council, 10 minutes.
Really?
What did you say? I
Yeah, I just said, yeah, I just said that. Other just.
Right now, Marketing. Yeah, I don't know if we would know about this. We haven't known about it the last couple of years. This is something that we're all.
Because we're on.
tell you guys what it's pertaining to. Well, on Federal Watch Day, Amanda works at Machiapi. I do come here with a good heart, open heart and mind. I am here because, like me, there's a lot of us tribal members who cannot get things solved at the tribal program level, which extends into your committees. I've gone to judiciary about concerns and my personal experience with these entities. And so that's why we're here today. And that's why my children are here today too. And I have a homeless Munchi here with me today too. And I also am speaking on single families that are in Sunrise. I'm sure we know that problem, but they're not being heard. That's why I'm here. So are we able to have your guys' time for a 5 minute?
Are there any objections?
If there's a time limit on it, I won't object, but it wasn't added to the agenda. And we have a lot of other important business too, and maybe this will give us some time to kind of update the council too on the issues.
Okay, Mike, did you have a?
Yeah, just a question for the young lady. Is this about Sunrise then?
Oh, it's about housing.
It's Sunrise Apartments, primarily. That's what.
Oh, no, I'm not here for Sunrise Apartments, but I am going to speak on it because I have parents who wish they could be here, that I told them I would bring it up to this body for them.
Yeah, I just need to understand.
I'm here for home site. Directly, boys, Deshaun, Ciante, Shane. Come on.
We have our TLE members here.
Oh, we already went to TLE boards.
Lee,
Yeah, she's came.
what was the action at TLE?
She had to pick a different home site, and they have, but they are waiting community acknowledgement to be members of the community, and then also have the community approve the home site, and it'll come back to the board for final approval.
Tammy, has your community met on it?
Our community had a special meeting on February 25th, 2025. The discussion in the meeting was this specific incident issue. A motion by Nicole Blacksmith made a motion to have Rhonda Blacklands write a letter stating the community will not approve the home site that is requested, and no home sites will be approved until all our community members who have home site applications are dealt with. Also, each application will have to follow the process our community has in place for membership at home sites, and each application will have to have the approval of the community. Seconded by Destiny, 12 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. That motion passed. Other motion by Lisa Blacklands made a motion to not approve Deshaun Kerma or his relative Amanda Morissette as community members. It isn't in the best interest of the community as a whole to accept their membership. Seconded by Marcel. That motion passed as well. So I'll make a motion to table this and keep it off the council floor.
Motion by Tammy to table this issue.
You just have to.
So it's just an objection?
No, just table this because she's got other issues unless you guys want me to object to her getting the
To
floor.
table the home site discussion.
The home site discussion and the residency discussion.
I'll second it.
Do you see what your people have to go through? And do you see how we're being voted? Okay, thank you.
Let me say something to council. We take directives from our community. We listen to our community and we bring those issues here. This is a directive from my community. This is how they feel. So I hope that you would support this. Thank you.
Motion by Tammy, seconded by Sherry. Is there any further discussion? Question? Question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Thank you,
Opposed.
council, but
Opposed. 1, 2, 3. Mike? Opposed. 4.
Not voting. 9, 4, not voting.
Let's check.
So 9, 4, that's 6. 9, 4, 6.
9, 4, 6.
Motion passed.
I just want to say thank you, council, because, you know, I report to my community and I listen to them, I hear their concerns, and I will bring their issues here when needed. Thank you.
Wayne and Lila.
So do we send them back to a committee?
Well, looks like the process was followed.
I mean, it's tabled, but like, so what is their recourse to come back? Actually have a answer.
So the home site process is they have to be accepted into the community. So if they're not accepted into the community, then we're,
No, but it was weird. It was just, we just needed an objection, I thought. So if it's tabled, that means it's gotta come back. You see what I mean? So it's gotta come back on the floor.
Motion is to not have it come back on this floor because the committee made that.
I just want clarification on that because I thought it was just a table, her having the floor.
she objected to it. Motion to object to the home site.
Yeah.
Lila.
Thank you, council. First of all, I just want to, point out to council that these are children. These are our tribal members. Regardless of what happens in one community, I'm still obligated myself here as a council person to, not treat children that way. So I want to apologize to you young people. You know, I'm really sorry, but that doesn't mean anything bad. I'm thankful that you showed up. And we need to find a solution for them. Let's not let them walk out of here with their heads hanging like that. We need to have a solution of some sort for them to, I don't know the situation, but what we need to do is, I don't know who they would be able to talk to, Lisa, probably in your office or the president's office. If we can, because that process has been followed and, you know, that's, looks like it's been all past here and stuff, but we still need to assist our tribal members. And send them somewhere, give them a direction of where they can start over or where they can go.
Does TLE know why Amanda's home site was denied?
If you guys would let me talk, it would be very, very nice to give you all background, because there was one home site that he wasn't the only one denied, and Mr. Frederick knows why I brought that to TLE board.
I'm on TLE.
Thank you. We can probably refer you back over there and start a process and help you along.
I've gone there.
Okay, but we can still help. So, because right now it's a new issue here, so I'm just trying to find, what we probably should do is, go to the office.
I have, you have?
Okay.
He's submitted a letter. Okay. Nobody's responding.
What community are you from?
I live in Mission. I am not even a Sicangu member. I'm an Oglala member. These kids are Sicangu. And he just recently is 18.
Okay, so Wayne, what did we say over there?
So if a community, that's what, I didn't know the community had a meeting and denounced or not approved of a home site or acknowledgement of them in a community. So they're gonna have to honestly petition another community to become a member of and try to get a home site in that community. Because apparently the community has spoken. And this has happened before, where a community denies somebody a home site. Then at other times, a community has denied someone membership into their community. And apparently the community has done it now both ways, whether or not they get to be a community member and a home site. So they're gonna have to probably choose a different community to be a part of and then choose a home site in that community. But apparently it's not gonna be Soldier Creek.
Yeah, so that's, yeah. That doesn't stop you from getting a home site.
So it's not in that community.
Yeah, just not in the community.
Do you know his dad's buried in Soldier Creek community?
So
that's why he's choosing it. And
Point of order. Point of order. He needs to speak.
Well, back over.
Deshaun, get up and speak. They want you to speak, my boy.
See?
He doesn't want to speak to people who don't care about what they have to say.
Point of order.
Sherry.
Thank you. I just want to take some time to say that I think we need to kind of calm down. I don't want everybody to think that, you know, we're against tribal members or youth. We just have a lot of pressing issues that we have to deal with. And I don't know if your issue is time sensitive, but I do know we have some time sensitive issues today. And I just want to inform you, young man, that the process to get on the council floor is to either go through a committee or you can call the president's office and request to get on the agenda. And when we started in the morning and we approved the agenda, then you could have got your name put on the agenda and that's how we would have heard you. So nobody's not trying to hear you because we're against you or don't want to listen. We just have a lot of pressing issues going on with the President of the United States that we need to deal with that directly impacts funding and several jobs here. So I just want to with that, I just want to call this point of order and bring us back to the agenda.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And I'll take that into that.
Okay. Emily and Holmes.
Just for clarification, it was added to the agenda this morning underneath visitors.
Sean, can we at least give him a couple minutes to tell us why he wants a home assignment here? Sean, if there's no objections, I'd like to hear him.
I'd like to live in Soldier Creek because my whole family lived down there. While I was growing up, and they still somewhat still live down there. My dad, my uncle are buried on top of Soldier Creek. I basically grew up down there. I don't know why you guys are not trying to let me be a community member for Soldier Creek.
Sean, it's not us, it's that community. So now you have to choose another community for a home assignment. So we're still trying to help you, but we just wanted to hear from you also, okay? So, but I wanted to hear from you on that part.
Okay, so just sit back and I have to be treated like this.
I have Mike, Michelle, and Emily.
Go out past, Wayne kind of worked, said what I'm saying.
Michelle.
Asking if they were aware of the process, that's what it makes.
I guess I'm just kind of confused. If he was born and grew up down there, how is he not already a member? When they turn 18, do they have to become a member? Every community does. They have to request to be a member of their own community that they grew up in? If they're not living here.
But I think each community has their own bylaws, and if it's stateside or state norms.
So once they turn 18, they have to request to become a member. Okay, thank you.
Emily, then Mike.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could get clarification from the land office and from TLE on what ordinance specifically states that communities have that authority. You mentioned the bylaws, so if it's in the community bylaws, that as well. The reason I'm asking is whenever I worked for the land office, that was not the case. It was strongly suggested to incorporate the wishes of the community, but it was not a mandate, or they were not the authority given to them to say yes or no. So I just would like to be told now what's changed from 2010 to now. Thank you.
Isn't that part of the home site application process?
I'll take them in line with that.
Maybe we could see that in writing, because previously it was a suggestion, not a mandate or requirement.
Our community is really specific on our community members that have been lifelong residents there to have preference for home sites. Simply because there's a lot of people that can come that have bypassed the community and have gotten home sites without the community approval. And those home sites, our actual community people were waiting for that one home site, but somebody went behind the scenes and got a home site. So they got pushed back. So they also directed me to look into all the home sites that haven't come before our community for approval, so they can address those as well. Because our community members should have preference, and that's the way it always has been. We have people waiting for months. to get signed off on.
Mike,
I just want to, Michelle, there's a question, piqued my interest. You're born there, you know, and why aren't you, you know, a member? And of course, then it occurred to me that so you're required to maintain a residence there, I guess. Right? I mean, if you're born there, that's one thing, but if you move away and you're gone, and I'm not saying that's the situation here, and you come back, then maybe, you know, you have a problem. But if you're born there and you're a minor, you know, I don't know, I just think it's an interesting legal question.
and Mike, it's laid out in the community bylaws too, which are, you know, each community has a.
Did we delegate that authority to communities to regulate their membership?
Community membership is listed under community bylaws.
That's an interesting question. I'm just, you know. Communities can only pass laws that we delegate to them. Powers that we delegate to them. It's one of them to determine membership in the community. That's an interesting question.
I know, it came up during election season where our election code conflicts with community bylaw codes. And that came up this last election season that I've seen, because the election code said you must reside within the community for 30 days.
Well, that's for election purposes.
For election purposes, but.
This is about community membership purposes.
What if somebody moved to a community and resided there, but the community never accepted them and then they ran for office? That was kind of something that came up, but. Okay, off the subject. Sherry.
I just wanted to tell Mike, we do give them that authority when we approve their bylaws. When we approve their community bylaws, and that's where this could change, because this is a big discussion, and I'm glad you brought up the election code too, because there's a lot of displaced people when it comes to voting purposes as well.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so-
I got it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on, and I think she has given her recourse. You're gonna take her to Land and Natural?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, I also just found something out. This young man, comes from, the Big Crow lineage. And I just want to acknowledge that for him. And I am a relative of his. And, you know, I want to commend him. He's 18 years old and he wants to be on his own. And he also has a tiny home. So I want to commend this young man for trying to help himself. You know, let's, you know, think about that. But it's we have to follow rules. And thanks, Wayne, for getting him to Land and Natural. And then we'll just go from there. So, say thank you, Council.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
It's okay. No, I apologize too, but our constitution says we have to take directive from our community. That's who we represent. We represent everybody, but we also take directives from our community. You know, I'm not sitting here to be the bad guy doing something my community wanted me to do. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Let's move on. Do we want to do the updates, national updates with Wayne here? We can kind of.
Yep.
Okay. You want to go out there?
You're on, Wayne.
You want to go out there?
There's not much I'm gonna say that people that don't already know about the news and stuff, every day it's different. Like I was just talking with Ray here, you know, I asked Ray if he still had a job today, and he said today, he doesn't know about tomorrow. I mean, the 14th of March is gonna be a very critical point in time for us in terms of everything. We all know there's a lot of things that are being proposed by the administration
by Doge and by the president and but they're also starting to get pushback on a lot of the stuff. So exactly where everything lands, we don't know. The House voted last night, and I'm not an expert on things, but the way I interpret things is last night the House voted on the perimeters, the structure of what's going to be included in the budgeting process. You know, that vote is that this is going to be added, this could be talked about, whatever, and they finalize the structure. You know, I think they were proposing the $880 billion cut. But within that structure, they also threw it into the mix, which was caused a lot of the delay last night is they threw it in the mix Medicare. So that's all part of what's going to be addressed when the budget finally comes, the budget fight. But again, on the Senate's got to pass their version, and I mean, there's a big process we go through now, but I just thought it was interesting that Medicare, Medicaid is going to be a part of the fight. And that, to me, that's something that's really affects a lot of people, and it's something that we were promised wasn't going to happen, but it is happening. So as far as what the final outcome is going to be on the 14th, I don't know. But go ahead.
Has Skyla gotten you a report on how it's gonna affect all our medical programs?
No, I haven't seen anything yet. And again, I don't know. I mean,
It was just passed last night.
it was just passed last night, and I think the number, if I remember right, the number that was thrown out was 340 billion.
334. So
That's the number I threw out that I remember as far as a potential cut. But I don't know what that means. I assume if it does pass, then there are certain services that will probably be eliminated. I don't think I can't imagine them doing just across the board cut. But how that's dissected, I don't know. I have some concerns not only with our hospital stuff, but our nursing, our old folks on nursing home. That's how they get paid. That's 100% of their payment comes from that program. So I don't know how they're going to be impacted. But again, that's just one of the spaghettis that's thrown out there. There was a email that was sent out to us a while back, and in that email, we were informed that the administration is requesting budgets from the different departments on what a 50% cut would look like. So I mean, this is all this OJAP be thrown out there now. So we don't know what's going to stick. So because we don't know what's going to stick and what's going to happen, we've taken measures here to stop spending as much as possible. We need to save our resources for what potential cuts are out there. But more importantly, there's a lot of chatter and a lot of talk about a government shutdown. We don't know if that's going to happen. If it's going to happen, how long it's going to be. If it does happen, are they going to allow our financial systems to remain open so we have access to the funds that are approved for us? I mean, if they have a government shutdown, but they're somehow able to allow us to have access to our financial payment systems, then the shutdown's not going to affect us a whole lot. But if they shut those systems down and we don't have access to the funds that were appropriated to us under that financial management system, that means that a lot of our big programs, we're only allowed to draw down what we can spend in 5 days. If they shut that system down, then we don't have access to that funds. Some of our bigger programs have a $600,000 and $700,000 payroll. So if we don't have access to draw those funds down to meet that payroll, it's got to come out of the general account. So these are some of the questions that I have and we're trying to find answers to, but right now we don't know. So I mean, so all of the people out there listening and all the program directors, this is why that we're taking these steps now, is because we don't know. And it might come to the point where we're operating our schools, Head Start and all those totally under our general account. So, I mean, we have to be prepared for that and to keep them open as long as possible. Sure.
Sherry, Tammy, Totes, then Michelle.
Thank you. I think we need to take a proactive approach, because hearing about the cuts to Medicaid, that's going to detrimentally affect our IHS because of their third-party billing. It's going to affect any transplant patients. It's going to affect our dialysis, our nursing home, and probably other factors that we haven't foreseen yet. But I think preparing for that, reaching out to these entities, and also preparing our people that to empower them, because our people, not only us, but our people need to make calls to our senators. And I don't know if we're just restricted to calling our own senators here in South Dakota, but I do think we should reach out to all the senators throughout the 50 states. It's very important that we take a proactive approach and let them know. 2 years ago, when IHS reported here, they stated that the funding that they get from the government is 50%. At that time, they had an increase in third-party billing, but it didn't boost them up very much to their 100% funding. So that's going to be a huge cut there. We've all been seeing and hearing the airplanes flying out constantly from ER. I'm pretty sure they're blazing through their budget there. I also know that our tribal colleges are being affected. So we need to, write a statement, draft some resolutions to support our tribal colleges. I also think that, when it comes to other chartered entities that we have, how are they going to be affected by these cuts? There was a meeting here with the chartered entities. They're supposed to get a report back to Treasurer Boyd to let him know how they're affected. That data is important to us because we need to use that data to move forward. And I think here, if we strategize by our committee system, each committee takes charge of those specific areas that are affected by this funding, and we can draft reports and use those to support any legislation that we draft here to forward on to our congressmen. I also think that if we form a delegation to go to DC to start lobbying, we need to do that immediately. We should also use the committee system for that as well. You only get so many minutes to testify, but I think we could, if we went up in full force, we could really split ways and hit the whole hill pretty hard and make a good impact. I think those are some things we should consider today.
As part of Coalition of Large Tribes, all the tribes that are within our coalition, we not only get to visit the South Dakota Congress members, but we get to visit with Montana, Arizona, Utah, every state that is included in that. So that's what we've been doing too, is kind of blazing trails and taking those issues up. So I have Tammy, Totes, then Michelle.
I always thought that, but I guess I'm wrong, because when I worked up there, that's when I realized that Medicaid, Medicare is actually 50% of IHS budget. In my opinion, we do have a historical lawsuit that was won, and I think that maybe we need to start acting on that lawsuit, looking at negotiations and things like that. But on the other hand, revenue should always be Medicaid, Medicare should be a revenue source. We should be funded at 100% regardless, but that's not happening. So these cuts, I think, are 60-40, something like that.
The cuts, I don't know. I mean,
So it went through the House last night and it has yet to go through the Senate.
Okay.
So, and then if we don't agree there, then we'll probably go into a long-term shutdown.
Because Tuesday.
But the percentage is right, so nothing has been addressed on that at all.
and again, the vote last night just sets the parameters of what's going to be talked about. there's a big, long process to get to the bottom line yet, so.
Yeah, because Tuesday morning, Rendell, that guy from Colt, has said that the cuts, we're looking at 60/40.
Totes,
You know, we do know that there's gonna be change continuously. This is the unknown, and this is really scary stuff because we have people who rely on some of this for, you know, their income. But we do need to, like Cher just said, we do need to be proactive. We need to start planning, and we have been requesting that. This body has been requesting meeting after meeting, you guys. Nothing's been happening, but we've been requesting it. And you know, Wayne, you had a meeting earlier with the directors. Did any of them turn any plans into you if we did have to have that 30% cut?
I haven't seen it yet.
asked the, currently, we haven't asked the directors to turn anything in, but he met with the charters.
Okay.
So that's why he asked for the reports from the charters. And I think he got a couple of that.
I got a couple back in, but as far as the directors and the directors meeting, I did ask them to look at what a 30% cut would mean to them.
Have you received any reports back?
No, I haven't talked to anybody yet since
They
then.
haven't been directed to.
I think we really need to sit down with the directors and we need to see that because it's coming. It's coming and you know, back in September, we requested evaluations to be done also. Here we are 7 months later, everything that this body's requested or made a motion on is disregarded. And you know, we really need to start informing the people also. And whether it be with a newsletter and everything is always has to be on a standstill. We make these recommendations and it needs to stop. This body needs to make some tough decisions here and we need to move forward because for the next 3 years, it's going to be tough and we need to be on top of things. We need to start being proactive. We need to get a newsletter out. We should be here on this station, radio, paper, everything. And regardless of whether it's going to change or not, we need to update the people also. And you know, Cher said something. We need to have not only this body, but everybody call the senators. How do our people do that? We've been requesting to send just little information out to people, how to process things, how to do things. So, you know, that should even be helpful. Let's send those numbers out to the people and let's give them some information. Say, hey, you know, call them and say this or that. Give them recommendations. We need to teach our people right now. We need to inform our people because what if they do cut snaps? What are our people going to do? And you know, the president, he's going to do anything and everything. And if it shuts down for a while, we have people up there that are fighting for us, that we do have our treaty rights, but we need to teach our people. We need to inform them. You know, summer's coming up. We need to also start having budgeting in the communities, regardless of whether 1 or 2 people show up. We need to start having them prepare for gardens this summer. We have a lot of planning to do, but we need to think of the people also. How can they help us? You know, help them. They have to step up too and help us find solutions to all of this because this is really serious stuff. It's going to affect everyone, but we really need transparency here. We're not getting it, and we need it. We need to stand firm. We need to have unification, Chetty Shakoi, but that transparency has to come, and it's not, people. Thank you.
We need to, you know, we talk about putting statements out, and we could put statements out and put them on our own personal Facebooks, but we do have that position for the PR person, and right now hiring somebody, you know, using our, we have programs where we can use our own resources. We do have a communications department and we have, you know, maybe a business office or somebody can help to put that up. We have an AAPAHA that hasn't been active. So that might be something that we can think, give us some direction on where to go to that, and we could use our own resources that are already there to start putting that out and updating, you know, putting them out on the 93. We need that radio back on to be up to. I have Michelle, Emily, Lila, then Mike.
I have 3 things. So the first one was the PR thing again, because we keep talking about it over and over, and I'm suggesting again to use Emily because Emily offered to do that for us, and I don't believe it would cost anything for her to draft that up. I don't think she would charge us. But she's a good writer and she can get that information out.
Yeah,
for
like that.
us.
I meant like that, doing the writing, but actually circulating it out. Put it on 93.
Yeah, I mean, and she can type it up and then IT can start posting it all over the place. She did a really good write-up for us before and we didn't even share it. It wasn't used. So that's gonna be my suggestion, is go with Emily with that. And then also wondering if Wayne is gonna have a meeting with the directors and see if they have plans as far as cuts, or if anybody's going to be laid off and what their plans are going to be in that regard, because we know those cuts are coming and who's going to be getting laid off. Is that going to be up to the directors, the funding?
I haven't had a meeting with the directors yet. I plan on having one here in the next couple of weeks, but Budget and Finance did schedule a meeting for Tuesday it's going to be at 11 o'clock back here in the annex. And that's some of the stuff that they want to talk about, is the potential impact that a shutdown's going to have, what these cuts mean to us. I'm going to invite the Bureau to come. I'm going to invite IHS to come, SRD, but that meeting will happen next Tuesday in the annex at 11 o'clock. That will be the start of things. Maybe the first week in March or the week after, I'll meet with the directors, but I kind of want to wait to get a little more clarification on which direction this budget is headed. Before,
Or ask them to come up with a plan. Do you
Right.
know you meet with them? Something they can.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll send out an email and ask them to put together what a 30% cut would look like to them.
Okay. And then
I
also,
can do
I
that.
just wanted to inform everybody that I did attend the MILWAC meeting up in Rapid City a couple of weeks ago. And I did share the numbers in the group chat as far as the revenue and all of that and the money that they made. And I was also informed to let council know that if we do intend to compact, we still have that opportunity, because once we give notice, all that funding will be froze and it could be used towards compacting. And I know educating the people was not done very well, so everybody's afraid of it. But I mean, those guys are thriving because they compacted. So just something to think about, something to share with your communities. And I do have their report. If anybody wants to look at it, I have it with me too. Yeah, that's on the agenda. Thank you.
Are you on health board?
Me?
No. Maybe health board can look into that. Okay, Emily.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I have a few notes here. Let me look. So was everybody talking about, one of the things that was mentioned at the Colt was being able to, kind of what Sherry mentioned about being that voice or being an advocate or being a bridge for people to our congressional delegates. So I was wondering if we can make a motion or request that you ask either one of either your office, President's office, or Legislative Affairs office to kind of be a phone or be a space that we could not only draft some statements and not only draft some language for that, but another big part was actually telling our stories. And so our people do have impactful stories, just telling what we lived through and telling how these potential things are already affecting us. And so even if we could find some of those types of stories to be able to get relayed to the congressional delegates, it was suggested that we start getting that together as well and ongoing.
I can work with, out of my office with Legislative Affairs, and then we could work through Colt to be doing that.
Awesome.
So if you want to send me kind of a summary of what you just said.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can follow with that. Yeah, okay, and then the next one is, the communication piece. So I think if we can get a plan of how we want to, like, every Friday or every Monday, or I don't know how we want to do like a weekly update or something like that. Eventually, I think it would be meaningful to get that on the radio, on Channel 93 and all that. But I also wanted to suggest, meeting at our committee level meeting with IT and asking, what their capacity is, how could we gather that together. They're working at a 3 out of 10 positions right now. And so their capacity, we were told, is really, really limited. So I know, they have great ideas, they have great, experience, but they could really use some more bodies to help carry it out, especially the kind of communication and outreach that we're looking for. So I don't know if that's something that we could either look internally to find people to pull in or recruit, or I don't know how we're going to do that. But I think no matter what, that communication piece needs to be supported a little bit more and staffed a little bit more there.
Shoot, I thought I had something.
Oh, the funding stuff, after a lot of the meetings that we're having, the 30% cut, I mean, that kind of looks like best case scenario in a lot of our situations, not what we should be planning for. It's like almost, this is what it's gonna be, best case scenario, sometimes upward of 50%. And the reason why I'm saying that is because some of the pauses are already potentially causing these types of layoff conversations, these type of planning conversations and whatever. So I think the sooner that we can get our directors and our finance people and the staff themselves to think about these types of things, it will help us whenever we get to that point of, like we talked about, how can we be strategic? Is it full layoff? Is it part-time? Can we stagger employees so not everybody's losing their whole wage? They might get a little bit of a wage. Looking at what our essential positions are, not necessarily a personal, because once you start looking at our people in those positions, everybody needs a job. Everybody's going to need support. So that's kind of a different conversation as far as what does it take for our tribe to still function. And so I just wanted to throw that out there for anybody listening or for anybody who's going to be having those discussions, that if we could look at what's that bare bones minimum to actually function as a tribal nation, and then then plan for the in-between. So thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Lila, Mike, and then Michelle.
Thank you. I came to CPA, on Sunday, and I was here for about an hour, and we had, they were discussing kind of the same things that, we were. But one of the big issues with them was, wanting to know if the communities would still get funding, and, IHS, and what would happen after March 14th. So I just briefed on them, told them what I knew, but I told them things changed every day. It's like I'm reading stuff here that's changed already. But I don't want to scare our people to the point that there's going to be nothing. That's not true. We are making decisions with our treasurer almost, on a daily notion that, we are here and committed to taking care of our people. And, they're having those discussions, the schools, there's all kinds of scenarios that are coming at us. But, when it comes down to it, council, the main thing is, the basics, to keep our people fed, keep them, make sure they get to their doctor appointments, all that stuff. But I did call Skyla this morning, and I asked her to be on standby. So if we need to have her come down and kind of brief us or something. But I know that, the work here that's being done, we've always had these scenarios, but luckily the government has always passed their budget. But I don't know about this, what we're looking at. So it is reality. The reality that we have today is right here. Is, putting that plan together with our treasurer, and we have to put it somewhere where people can see it, and basic language, this month, this is what we're gonna do. This is where you can go if you have questions. And we need that PR because people can be coming through. Not everybody has access to the internet, using the radio. We have a lot of airports who can speak our language and put that out there to the people, and explain it to them. So just, doing the footwork. And, I always want to say this, we're not alone in this. I have had people contact me who want to help. But again, I'm going to say this, we got to have our treaty people here beside us. We get so wrapped up into who we like and who we don't like, those things aren't important. Not today. We're all Lakota, we're all Sichangu. You know, if someone wants to help, come. And I said this, you know, we have people we can probably, you know, count on. And it's really frustrating and it's hard when today our language is English. Our language is English, so it sounds just, you know, when you're a speaker, it's like, gee, well, what does that mean? Or, you know, how do I interpret that? You know, but we gotta get somebody who can speak for us and get on the radio, do all those things to, you know, talk to our people and educate them as much as we can. I tell them, watch what you can, but don't believe everything either on Facebook or on that fake news or whatever, that AI, that's what it is, AI. But, you know, I want us to be hopeful. Our people came through a lot. And I know in my heart, we're gonna be okay. Because if we weren't gonna be okay, we wouldn't be here today. And, you know, that Kennedy, he's committed himself to helping us. So if we get these letters out and, you know, do resolutions, whatever, we have to send them up there. You know, get them to him, because I know he's willing to help us. I'm very concerned about our health care. You know, very concerned. Because without that, what are we gonna do? And last night when this Medicaid and Medicare issue came up, I'm like, whoa, you know, that's huge. That, the Medicaid, Medicare, all this. So we're tackling these things in that sense, you know, but we're gonna have to make decisions that are for the best for the people, and that's not gonna be easy. But, you know, we have to communicate better. We have to stick together, you know, have unity and talk about these things. And I really want to thank Wayne, because he's been in the forefront, being honest and telling us this stuff that we have to look at. You know, budget wise, what is it we can and can't do? And we do have to be proactive and put aside that money right now to hang on to, and whatever it is we need, you know, to look at with recommendations from the treasurer, you know, those are real things. We're gonna have to quit spending. And in what sense? You know, not be buying up, you know, things we don't need, you know, the basics, the main important thing to keep us ahead. So, you know, I want our people to know that we're doing everything we can in the best way to attack this. But it is, it's scary what's happening, but I know that we have our lobbyists, we have our lawyers, we have all them working really hard. And our vice president's going to the Coalition of Large Tribes meeting. When is that, March?
That's TBEC on March. It's actually on March 10th.
Okay.
It's the same week that they're going to be addressing the budget. So.
Okay. And, you know, there was some, with travel, I think we made that motion for elected officials. I wanted to clarify that was elected officials and admin only in that motion. Did it read that way?
It was supposed to, but.
Yeah. So I wanted to have that clarified as well, so we let everybody know again about travel.
That will have to be clarified. Okay, I have Mike.
It just says essential, right?
Oh, essential.
It leaves it as the president declares campaigns, right?
Declares what is essential. So we've been kind of determining that would be like, you know, CHR, having to take clients somewhere, or if you have to update a certification like for our officers.
Your motion said rescinded, though, we on January 30th decided it said rescinded, but I know you made a different motion specifically after that, but I didn't see that in there.
Mike, did you have your next?
Yeah, it's tough to get your head wrapped around all this stuff, but as far as immediate impact, you know, at home here, you know, like Wayne indicated, you know, to me, the things that's most worrisome is Medicaid, you know, and the impact that would have on anything that results in cuts to Medicaid could have an impact on our hospital up there because I think we're all aware that a third or more of their income is, you know, comes from Medicare collections. And the nursing home is probably practically close to 100%. So, you know, if we're going to expend energy and treasure right now in terms of, you know, lobbying, if you will, and sending people to and writing letters and all that stuff, we should key in on Medicaid, you know, and the fact that how reliant, you know, our healthcare system is on Medicaid. You know, I watched some of the testimony before the committee on my phone, and I get the sense that there wasn't, listening to all these tribal leaders testify, there wasn't, I get the sense that a lot of them maybe aren't as vested in Medicaid as we are when it comes to our health care, you know, so I believe that we should be talking to people like Thune and Johnson and Robert, what's his name, Kennedy, you know, because in the interest of, you know, preserving our funding for the hospital up here in the nursing home. A lot of the other things that we're worried about, you know, I think may not come to pass. Trump's Trump's the only guy talking about a 30 to 50% cut across the board. You know, in my mind, that's just a PR stunt on his part. It isn't really realistic, because when you say that, that's the same thing as saying, well, we're going to cut Social Security across the board, 50% across the board, or Medicare across the board. That's not going to happen. They're not going to, when it comes to Medicare, Social Security, SNAP, you know, those kinds of things. I don't think they're going to change the dollar that much, but they are going to change the requirements in that sort of thing. You know, some people may have to go to work to continue to get SNAP. But the Medicaid thing is what concerns me the most, you know, and how traumatic that might be for us, you know, to have to deal with. But we're going to take some cuts that are going to affect employment. You know, a lot of our smaller come lately programs. You know, when I say programs come along in the last few years, you know, they may fall on the wayside. You know, I'm not worried about Head Start. Head Start's not going to go away because that's well, the political will to let Head Start go by the wayside ain't gonna happen. So, and you can say the same thing about Medicaid, but they may cut it so much that it's going to still have a pretty dramatic effect on us here in our hospital because of, you know, we depend on that revenue. So then the other thing that we may have to talk about is bringing more money into our general fund somehow. You know, I mean, that's and that's not going to be easy. We're going to have discussions that, you know, we don't want to have, because we'll be having fist fights in here, you know. if not physical, verbal, you know, so. And we're gonna have to look at everything, you know, we have the power to tax. Well, we don't have a lot to tax, you know, but there is some there, you know, and, I could sit down and, come up with a couple of different things that, if I suggested them, some of you guys would be telling me to sit down and shut up, you know, it's not gonna happen, but, they're doable, but, whether or not we're willing to do it is something else. Because the emotional price we pay would be pretty damn high, you know, and really stressful. But it is what it is, you know, and we're not going to save ourselves with gardens, you know, because we're still we're not that poor yet, you know. But we certainly should plant the seeds, you know, and whatnot. And I mean, plant the teach our young people the importance of, you know, of gardening and farming and all that stuff, you know, in the interest of self-preservation, if nothing else. And but anyway, the meeting next Tuesday that Wayne talked about, you know, we hope that that's going to be a start to get the conversation rolling, you know, so we can start to or just set the stage for these difficult decisions that have to be made, and see what we got to work with and see what happens. But don't despair. I think when it's all said and done, it isn't going to be as bad as it being hyped up to be. And I think all this hype is on purpose. You know, it's to get things. Trump is kind of crazy like a fox. I like to think. You know, he's everybody thinks he's crazy, but he's also sane. You know, I mean, he understands the political, you know, landscape, and he understands the impact of just like we all do. You know, these the decisions that Washington might make, and you know, and what they're going to mean to people. You know, I mean, the Republicans and the Democrats got midterms coming up. You know, and there's already kickback, blowback. You know, in town halls and stuff against some of these policies that are and changes that are being proposed right now. People are starting to. These are Republican constituents who are getting angry about how crazy this thing is getting, and you know, a lot of there are a lot of poor Republicans too. There are a lot of Republicans that are on Medicare. A lot of Republicans that send their kids to Head Start. There are a lot of Republicans that live on food stamps. You know, so. And Social Security and Medicare and all the rest of that. So let's not despair too much, you know, but things are going to change.
Thank you, Mike. I have Michelle, Totes, Tammy, Sherry, and me.
I just wanted to see if it was okay with Emily that I can make a motion that she drafts those things.
Public statements.
Yeah, as long as it gets voted on and everyone's okay with it, I'm fine with it. I just didn't want to feel forced or pushed.
I'll second it.
And then she can work with like our communications department or something.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna make a motion to have Emily draft weekly statements to work with the business office and communications department to get them distributed. And then also, I don't know if I need to do a second motion, but to request that they be read on the radio in English and local.
That could be part of it.
She can maybe work with certain council reps to read those off, and then English and local. Or Russell, he's the liaison. But it's good to hear from you.
Motion by Michelle to have Emily draft the weekly statements just in regards to our national
Just updates, council updates.
I'll forward it to council and get them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to work with the communications department and business department to get the information out and that they be read on the radio in English and English and Dakota. Sound good? Okay, motion by Michelle, is there a second? By Totes.
I'll call for the question, and I even have a title in mind, Iapaha and she.
Question by Mike.
Channel 93 too? Yeah, we could do video recordings and.
Yeah, so
Post it on
she
it.
could work with communications to have access to all of that. and then-
Everywhere.
Because they're so short staffed, that's a good idea to have the business office work with communications too, so.
Can we also get those out to directors and also the.
I said
CPA?
everywhere.
But the directors are the ones that are asking for that too, and also the CPA was asking for some updates and stuff.
That's why we're getting this resolved. Question by Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 1. How much? 1. 1801. Thank you, council. And then I have Totes, Tammy, Sherry, and Emily.
Mike, we still need to have people plant gardens, darn it.
When I was young, I raised chickens too, did it all.
You know what? I want to thank Wayne and our Madam Chair up there today because they've really been getting us information quick. And a shout out to Colt because we get information right away from you two and from Colt. And I feel that we've been leaving. I don't know if we need to have this in a motion, but we should hear from the directors. Maybe have an informal 2 days where they come in and they talk to us and they let us know how they feel or where it's going to affect their programs. Because unless that's going to be happening on Tuesday, I think that's too much for that Tuesday meeting.
Why don't we have a motion to have our directors turn in a report on a budget with like a 30% cut?
Sure.
Okay.
Move.
I'll make that motion.
Leona has something back.
I'm sorry, Liana.
Did I see that Kathy just sent out a memorandum referring to that?
Okay.
Directing Kathy.
Yeah. She just now sent.
Oh, she put out one? Is it in my email?
A letter to directors. She wants us to email a plan regarding program management.
Oh, good. She said she was gonna put one out.
Yeah.
Was it sent to us in our email?
Sent to us. Yeah, we can see it. I can.
Well, there's another issue right there, people. That we're the last ones to hear anything and to see anything. There is no transparency and this is a crucial time. And our Madam Chair isn't doing her job. Bottom line. We're going on 7 months right now. And we don't even hear from her for 8 days, you guys, even longer. This is a very crucial time and we need leadership. And it's not happening. But I want to thank you guys up there for being on top of things. But motion's on the floor.
What was that to have the directors? So she has a timeline here.
Yeah, there's a director's. Nothing extra.
Reaffirm it.
What does it say?
What's it say?
Email the following information by Friday, March 7th, 2025 by close of business. Program funding source, program staff, program scope of work, essential staff needed to maintain office and direct services, future ideas on maintaining programs. And on March 21st, directors meeting on March 21st, starting at 10. So Friday, March 7th. But I think, would it be better if they did a budget with a 30% cut? Program budget?
Yeah, might help.
Give us an idea of what that's gonna look like. I mean, just add that to whatever Kathy's requesting.
Tammy, Sherry, Emily, then. Oh, your motion. So did you want to add that to the list of things that she had in your motion? That they submit with a 30% cut on it?
Yes.
The 21st? Never wait.
That's too far away. Can we move that deadline up? We need to move that deadline up, because holy buckets.
That's 3 weeks.
Don't matter, 3 weeks is, you know, they need to have a plan and we need to.
14th is the day.
Yeah.
With all the info on March 7th. And then the directors meeting will be on the 21st.
Okay. Info by March 7th.
So we could get it shouldn't be that hard for them to turn this on.
You know, because they're probably already preparing the directors. They're just waiting to be heard also, you know? They're kind of like in the dark also.
So have them submit this budget by March 7th too?
Yeah. Submit the budget. Motion to have the directors add to the budget to show a 30% decrease. Is that what it is? Decrease?
By when?
March 7th.
So,
Second. By Michelle, question by Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3,
I have a question on the motion.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Hold on.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What?
I have a question on the motion. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For your motion, do you think if we're gonna plan today to send a delegation up, that the 7th is too far out for data for us? I wonder if our program directors could get that to us a little bit sooner, because if we're talking about we get that on the 7th, are we gonna have time for our committee chairs to prep for that and really come up with?
I was thinking possibly March 5th because he's gonna have a meeting on Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Let's do that then, because you know what, I bet they're already planning it. I bet they already have things in motion, our directors, but they're not, you know, they're kind of in the dark. So let's go with the 5th.
Or March 5th, okay. Yep. So as amended,
Thank you.
changing that date from the 7th to the 5th. Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 1602. Okay. Votes, okay, Tammy.
Taking into consideration everybody's discussions and the concerns of our people, I would like to make a motion, entertain a motion to have HHS come to Rosebud to start the negotiations on the settlement, the lawsuit for adequate healthcare, and to ask community to. And then after that, I got another motion.
What was the motion? I missed the first part. Did you say it again? I missed the first part.
Motion to have HHS come to Rosebud to start the negotiations on settling the lawsuit for adequate health care and ask Kennedy to come.
So the lawsuit was that they weren't providing treaty rates.
there is no settlement or
Yeah,
policy promises to be changed. It's called,
It was just like they've recognized for not abiding by our treaty for providing adequate health care.
So how can we take care of that?
The thing about it is it didn't lay out like a remedy for it.
yeah. It's called a non-committal lawsuit or something like that. So they acknowledge it, but they don't have to actually promise any policy changes to address the shortfalls. And then they don't have, it's not attached to a monetary settlement either. So it's literally like just something that we can throw in their face and say, hey, look at, this is what we need here. And then they're just like, okay, yeah, we might be able to fund you some more. I can't remember what it's called, but Eric has a term for it when we talk about different settlement things. So, I mean, there is no negotiating a settlement unless we want to tell them what we want in our healthcare.
Can we do something like that? I mean,
That's what privatizing our healthcare was supposed to be, was a reaction to it.
I think it would be probably not in just our best interest, but maybe the whole tribes as a whole to come together and maybe prioritize that one. Cause I mean, I hear a lot about law enforcement, education, whatever, but even in the president's little testimony yesterday, there was just a short thing on IHS. But IHS affects us big time. You know, like she said, cancer, dialysis, you know, our medical issues, we all go there. Okay,
We
well,
can even ask our attorneys, Bruce Finzen and possibly Brendan Johnson, to come down and explain to the new council reps about the lawsuit.
Can I just add a little bit to her, Tammy, whenever it got brought up when I was new last year, I can't remember who told us, but somebody, it was either one of our lobbyists or one of our lawyers said exactly what Wayne said, that there was no, we know all of that.
Yeah.
But it was still a victory in a lawsuit that was won, and we should be utilizing that, like leveraging it for some of these things, for policy change, for more funding, for whatever. And so I think it's a really good idea what you mentioned, but I think it needs to be part of a bigger conversation of if we're compacting or contracting or the future of our healthcare.
correct. So that was another thing. So I'll bring that motion back, but I would like for us to figure out, I mean, because I kind of see the benefits of 638. You know, you got your hospital, your IHS hospital in Anchorage, you have Loyalty Health. I don't know about all the other ones, but they seem to be doing fairly well. So the 638 of IHS, maybe we can just provide better informative education to the people, because that was on the ballot. They voted against it. So I don't even know if we can even consider going forward without putting it back on a ballot and back up to vote.
I think was that grant used up for the community education? They had the funding for that community education.
Yeah, it was. That's why it was so rough, remember? Because they had already spent it and didn't complete it, so then they had to go back and rush to do that.
Because like from my understanding, a lot of people weren't sure like where this funding is going to come from. You know, how are the salaries going to get paid? You know, from the top, the cuts down, et cetera, et cetera. So that was just something that was texted to me and wanted to be brought up.
Can I add a comment to her? Tammy, I don't know if you've were at the meetings, but for health board where we discussed having either strategic planning meeting or some kind of side meeting where we bring a lot of those entities together to look about what the future of healthcare is going to look for Rosebud, and that way we can, you know, get our vision and then bring in the experts and do all that. But I think that's going to be even more important to get that done now, because we currently have a lot of funding and a lot of projects that are kind of stagnant and sitting there. So if we can get those to show that we can show success, to show that they're part of this bigger picture, it'd be really meaningful. So I don't know if that's something that we could get scheduled or invite full council, but I think the sooner that we can start those types of conversations about that visioning, it'll really help pick up all the work that's already been doing, you know, in light of that. Am I next? I'm already
Sherry, okay, then Michelle.
Oh, that's thank you.
I guess I kind of need the council's direction on what, how to move forward with this, but, I know we don't want to scare our people and put them in a panic state, but I also want our people and us to know that this is serious. The president has been doing mass firings. I mean, he's been fired all of the air traffic controllers. And there's been so many things going on. We have 2 businessmen running this country right now. So they're thinking like business people. There's been rude statements made about billionaires having to pay for people's health care and subsidize their food. That's the way that they're thinking. They're not thinking about social services. They're not thinking about subsidizing programs that subsidizing people's cost of living. They've never had to live like that before. So when it comes to their big push, their main thing is, their coin phrase is the fraud, misuse, and waste. And I think right now it's really important for us to gather our data and prove how important all of our programs are. And that's gonna take a lot of committee work. And it's hard to do that when our committees all meet next month. And I really want us to consider having some special committee meetings because we really need to have, each committee chair, well, all of the committees give input, but we need them to huddle up and meet and come up with, statements that have the data in them. So I need the direction from council here. I want to make a motion, and maybe I'll do it after lunch, but I want to make a motion for us to host some special emergency meetings so we could prioritize some of these things and start working on drafting these papers and then figure out a plan on how we're going to approach them in DC. And I also want us to, if the council could give me some direction on who you think we should have, this should be a part of what Emily does, to put out the numbers for the congressmen, maybe even a draft letter in specific areas, like for the Medicare, Medicaid, for economic development, for, you know, a lot of our BIA funding, our social services programs. And this is how it's going to affect you as people. This is what you can do about it. Call and give a list of all of our congressmen and have them have a letter that they could just, you know, put their name to if they need to, but also some a phone number for them to call. And maybe that's the Legislative Affairs Office that can head that up. But I just think about that, and then I'm going to get the floor again after lunch and talk about it again.
Reserve a spot.
Good morning.
Okay.
Maybe you can help me draft.
Emily, Michelle, Mike, and Mike.
Thank you. So a couple things I want to go over today, and I was gonna save this for tomorrow when I do the, my report on travel, but since we're talking about the Medicaid stuff, whenever they presented it to the Colt conference, it was like 50% of IHS budget. So it doesn't matter if IHS is running it or if we're compacting, Medicaid is taking up 50% of that budget. And so one of the things that was talked about is potentially having the tribes of the Great Plains or our nations of the Great Plains coming together and compacting all of that for us away from whoever's doing it, whether the federal government or states or whatever. Conversations have already started with the South Dakota Department of, or DSS, I think in 22 or 23. So they're already part of this conversation. There's already people that do this type of work. There's a lot more questions that I still need to follow up on and that I have as far as like the economics and like how it really gonna work and what that timeline look like and how soon and what phases and all that. But the overall thing that I wanted to share is that I see it as a viable or a potential viable possibility or solution, because if Medicare is gonna be on a threat or on a bubble or on this thing, it would be better or in our interest more to have that contract in our name versus having to go under the state or having to go under something else. We would be able to secure it better in the way I'm understanding. And so I don't know if that's something that we can start now, because it seems like it's going to be kind of a longer ongoing conversation of how that could even work, because it's, you know, a regional effort. But I just wanted to throw that out there because, like Michelle said, Rapid's doing really well, OHC is doing really well, but if the budget cuts come, it doesn't matter if you're Oyate Health or IHS, you're gonna fill that 50% cut for those billables. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Again, just to kind of plant some seeds, get people thinking. Hopefully we can bring on some more information about the actual economics and what that looks like and what kind of people we need to have staffed and all that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Something that Sherry mentioned is very true as far as we have businessmen running the country, and oftentimes their world outlook, you know, using words like parasites and things like that for people that are on these services is our reality. And so it is something that we need to be mindful of. I know we mentioned earlier about, you know, gardens aren't going to solve it and all that stuff, but if we looked at these changes or these proposed, you know, all things as a way for us to meet things that we already know need fixing, because let's face it, we know we're not in a perfect system as it is. And so if we're going to kind of be rushed to change, then why aren't we being a little bit more proactive and saying, well, what does change look like for us? What could a better change be for us? How could we utilize this and kind of steer the narrative to be like, well, this is what we could bring to the table if that's what you're saying type deal. And I'm not saying we have to bow down to anybody or do anything like that. I'm just offering that as a suggestion on the side, because we all know our education system isn't perfect. We all know land isn't perfect. All of these things, economic development, could use some work. So I think if there's a way that we could look at land, for example, you go to Valentine, you go grocery shopping, you could buy flour that's grown in Valentine area, that's milled in Valentine area, that's packaged in Valentine area, and we're 30 miles away. So if we look at something like, why are we not having grains grown and then packaged and then distributed? Not only is that going to be income, not only are we going to help each other whenever we're potentially starving, it's going to be healthier because we're going to be able to control all the chemicals and everything put on it. It's going to help with healthcare. I mean, there's so many things that I could go on and on and on, and that's just one instance. You look at education, you look at the voucher system, you look at all of that. We're obviously not in the best situation with our education. So how can we utilize this potential shift or this potential change to kind of get some of our wants and needs and a better in there? So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. Yucca plants, and things out there, look at all the yucca plants all over. That could be shampoo. How many of our people would like a healthy, people pay really expensive money. You could eventually look at business opportunities. I'm only mentioning that because we do have to look at business opportunities as far as revenue generating opportunities. And the more that we could look at sustainability, the more that we could look at options that are already going to fill a need that we've already identified, I think we'll be more successful there. So I'll save the rest of it for tomorrow's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, or Michelle.
I guess I just wanted to go back to the meetings with the directors with Wayne and just make a couple of suggestions, because I'm getting questions already about if they get RIF, do they qualify for unemployment, things like that. And as far as, are they able to take a pay cut? Are they going to just be terminated? Some of the things that to give the director something to think about and propose, I guess.
We have a personnel manual like the federal government, if someone's riffed and then they're entitled to certain things, they're to transfer or they get some kind of a pay, stipend pay, whatever. But right now, I don't want people to panic and start thinking that far. 30% cut, we can do other things besides lay people off. And again, the most important thing I want to tell the people out there right now is we don't know. Changes are coming, but we don't know. We have to plan for the worst, and the worst is going to be a government shutdown and all the systems shut down. That's the first crisis we have to go through if that happens. And then once we get to that crisis, then the cuts. What are the actual cuts going to be? So then that's when we sit down with the directors and say, look, rather than lay people off, can we combine some programs here? Can we get creative? That kind of stuff. All that is coming, but it's hard to say exactly what that is when we don't know. All these people like Ray and those guys, they've gone through two waves already. They've gone through one wave of, stop working on the 10th of February and I'll pay you till the end of the year if you retire now. They went through another wave of, if you're on probation, we're going to fire you, which they've gone through with. The next wave that's going to come is all these people that are close to retirement, they're going to offer them a very lucrative package to get out. If they accept that and we're on a funding freeze, services are going to get affected greatly, and that's a way of getting rid of these positions by attrition. These things are all coming yet. Hopefully we don't ever get to that point, but we just need to start planning on what we're going to do besides laying people off. This whole thing with education, to me, there are some important things like Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, and all those. Those are important programs, but we know what to fight for. This whole education thing, we don't even know what to fight for. All we know is that the administration and most of Congress want to do something totally different with education. They want to dismantle the Department of Education. And they want to create a new way of getting the money out to the people. And the way they're talking about doing it is giving every one of us a voucher for our kids. We're gonna appropriate X amount of money. We're gonna divide it by the number of kids out there, and each one of us are gonna get a voucher. You send your kids where you want to go. That's part of the proposal.
St. Francis or Todd County?
For the whole country, yeah.
No, I mean, if it comes down to that.
And it doesn't matter, St. Francis or Todd County. If I want to send my kid to Valentine, if I want to send my kid to Rapid City Central.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's what they're offering, and all kinds of things in between. Those kind of systems aren't going to work for us. But we don't even know what to fight for. We don't know what to ask for. I mean, even our educators are fighting amongst themselves over this whole issue. So those are the things that concern me, because we're so confused, we don't even know what to ask for. So, my comments for today.
And now is the time to be proactive, not to, to speak out and let the Congress know how it affects us, and not, I don't think we should be worried about that either.
Lila and Totes.
Thank you. All the discussion you're having are good discussions. Going back on our healthcare, we may have to make these decisions, this compact. We may not have choices. In order to save ourselves, we may have to go that route. There's a lot of discussion there with that. So we're gonna have to probably visit with Skyla and our ambulance service, how we're gonna sustain our healthcare. The other portion to this is that we're a part of 7 tribes. Ocheti Shakoya Dahon Pupi. Tala Unajit Biki. They're gonna have to deal with us in a collective manner. So, I was just going through some, they're having their statements done in Washington. It's really a hard time, it's a tough time, because we hold each other to, to the accountability piece. But like Wayne is saying, that's another thing CPA brought up, is why does this tribe not think education is so important? Because it's ranked down as 4th or 5th priority for Rosebud tribe. That's another discussion we need to have with our education. But what is happening is minorities are getting smarter, they're getting more educated, and the government don't get that. We're taking over. So now, with the DEI being removed, they're trying to attack the minority, because we have now become successful at their game. Education. You look back at it, and I really thought about this. We're almost probably in a situation when Spotted Tail had to make these decisions. Not easy ones. And we don't have a guarantee, but today we're in a better position to help ourselves. But again, treaty. I hear talk, but you know what? That's always what we stood on. Treaty, treaty, treaty. That's what we still have to stand on. We have to stand on it. And we have to put that in the forefront. The treaty, they understand up there that we have to be dealt with a certain way. But we here, amongst ourselves here, we don't talk about it much. We're losing our experts. We lost a lot of our relatives who, they came here and stood on that treaty. We have to do that too. We have to stand on that treaty. However it may be, we stand on that treaty. We have a lot of leadership in the grassroots community. They wear a bonnet. We need their help. We need to have designate. Maybe we need to send some of them to speak for us, because they know more. They know the treaty, the law, the land. And now I'm not afraid because we stand on that treaty. We have our own expert here, you know. Phil does a good job on the treaty. He knows his treaties. But because we're not in sync, you know, and how we operate today versus 10, 20 years ago, it's different. But let's pull these people in. We have our own experts. We have Uncle Victor. We have Lakshmi Duane. I keep saying that. We have all these experts out there. You know, we need them. I'm not going to sit here and say I know everything. But me, like I said, that's how I think. That's how I know that I come from the tribe. Let's, you know, open something up and invite those discussions here. Because if we have to, you know, they're meeting Great Plains Chairman's Association. They're doing a lot of work too. You know, a lot of the Holt and Great Plains, they've all been, you know, writing and coming together. And we're doing our piece here too. But there is a presentation that Phil has done to this body, and there wasn't many people here at that time. But I think it's important to have him come and be on TV and offer that to our people. You know, put it somewhere, you know, put some days out up here. People can come here, or let's find a place so he can open up that discussion to some of our young people, or some of us who don't really understand. Let's, you know, do that for our people. That way they understand that concept of treaty. What is that treaty? But you know what? IJS is pushing that to the minimum. They could send somebody here, one person who's not even a doctor, and say, there, we fulfilled our treaty. And they might do it. They might say, oh, we got a, well, here's a licensed person. So they're gonna give you, each household will get concert. I mean, they could do that. So we have to explain those things to our people. Anybody who wants to learn about it, there's information at the college. Call on the college, ask them, you know, can you help share this and help us send all this information out? But for some reason, it's quiet. It used to never be like that. It used to be communication flowing, you know, but it's different now, you know. And a lot of it is with technology. But the way our people, a lot of the older people communicate is that way. Maybe the Kakojas might explain to the grandparents, hey, this is what they have, and they might read it. You know, so those are just some suggestions that I'm throwing out here because people do want to help. And we have the resources to get out to our communities. Maybe, you know, treaty people or whatever we have, they can go or come here and get on the radio, on the TV and talk about it. Because, you know, there's a lot of discussion happening in DC today. I mean, it's full force every day. And, you know, so just throwing some suggestions out there like that, because we have to push this information out and let it flow to our people. In that way, you know, we feel stronger. We feel stronger. We empower ourselves that way. You know, people are like wanting, they're hungry for that information. So I'm asking that, you know, people are listening, but, you know, educate yourself. How can we get that information here? And maybe Lisa or, you know, if the president comes back, however we do it, see if Phil would be able to do that and do something here and put it on TV. So thank you.
Yeah, maybe we could break for lunch. Before we go, maybe we need to discuss, I don't know if we can do it after lunch, but that motion moratorium.
That's what I was gonna discuss. We have a motion out there. It's gonna, for 30 days. Remember, we said no travel, no pay increase. We need to extend that another 30 days, you guys, because we have to wait to see what comes up, what's gonna be hitting us. So I wanna make that motion to extend it for another 30 days.
Can we be specific in that motion?
It was a moratorium on bonus, incentives, cash awards, and non-essential travel, or
Increases?
essential travel, yeah.
This is the one specifically for employees?
Yep. So extend for another 30 days?
Yep, for another 30 days.
We had to do a separate one for us and admin.
How specific, because this body made a motion and it was disregarded twice.
I think that was a separate motion though, because this
All right,
motion
okay,
is
okay.
for the employees, right?
Okay.
For the employees.
Okay, all right, I'll make
So
that
the,
motion.
yeah,
30
extend that
days.
for another 30 days. And,
Mike second.
And Mike second.
and the travel motion on that is to put moratorium on non-essential travel, and the essential travel will be determined by the president and the employees. Or directors, yeah, and the president,
So are we adding that to this motion? The travel and the additional spending or whatever?
Question by Sherry? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Then we can break for lunch, huh?
Yes.
What other business do we have?
We have those vacancies. Personnel, is that something that?
I don't want it to wait for tomorrow. I mean, I've been waiting to bring up some issues since way back, and we never get to personnel.
And we have the Two Strike Road and the fair.
We have NOAC committees, personnel, constitutional officers, RST fair, and Two Strike.
Is constitutional officers tomorrow at that meeting? Remember I asked this morning and you said you would be doing reports tomorrow, so.
Yeah, I don't, that's why I was asking her for clarification on what she's showing.
And you know, before we go for lunch, Michelle mentioned something earlier because she had directors texting her. And you know, this was brought up earlier when IHS workers thought they were going to be laid off. They were asking what options do they have? We should have something in place. So if, and this is all about planning and preparing, if there is a shutdown or someone is laid off, let's give them a sheet to say, hey, these are your options right now that you can go to and for assistance or help during that time. Because IHS workers were calling and saying, how is the tribe gonna help take care of us since we're getting laid off? So what information is gonna, and you know, that's why we really need to talk to IHS. They need to be here. That lady needs to be here and we've been requesting it, but it hasn't been, she hasn't been invited down, but tomorrow she will be. But, just something to look at. So let's go.
I can't speak.
Getting drowsy.
And then, Chris, yesterday during budget and finance, we have blackout peak coming up on March 22nd.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Thunders, yep. So we need to discuss that and bring it on the floor also when we come back from lunch, okay? All right. How long? How long to work? Hour, you guys?
Are we meeting again?
Yep, we meet tomorrow.
See you.
all day today we've been discussing, coming together, unity, what to prepare for in the unknown. And for me personally, my grandfather taught me how to pray. And when you don't know what to do, you pray. And you also have to do it in a good way. And this ceremony, Welcome Back to Thunders, is a way for our people to come together and get ready for our summer ceremonies that we all participate in or know someone that participates in. And these are crucial things that we do as a nation to feed our spirit, to feed that nalgi that we all have in a good way. And yesterday in Budget and Finance, I asked some opinions, to which I got none. But I'm just going to make the motion. We'll just vote on it up and down. Motion to approve travel to Welcome Back to Thunders all across the board for employees.
Second. Who seconded? Motion by Chris to approve travel for Welcome Back to Thunders for
I can afford it.
for all programs.
All programs. Yeah.
Have it.
Chris, do they have to have it in their budget?
Yeah, if they have it in the budget, they can.
Yeah, if they have it in their budget, they can use it.
I wonder how much you have to travel up during that.
Oh, I know a lot of people do because in the prior years, let's go through a quick rundown. 30 years ago, this ceremony was created by a tribal member here within the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and that tribal member has proceeded to make this event staple and starting our summer ceremonies because that's what we used to do a long time ago. And as the years have gone on, the interest has grown too. I remember when they would first start out, only a handful of people would go. But as the years went on, more and more people come. And last year we had almost over 1,000 people, right? Almost over 1,000 people attend this ceremony. And we have a lot of tribal programs that partake in this ceremony too. We have solid waste, we have adult corrections, we have Tokale and Agio. We have a lot more other programs that participate in this endeavor. And I feel like it'd be good to see some of our tribal leadership there too, to show the support that we talk about unity. Let's show it. These are the real things that we can show it for. And so, yeah, a lot of people do it.
More discussion?
Call for question.
Oh, Tammy.
What's the dates?
The dates are
March 22nd.
March 22nd.
Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 3. 1203. Okay. We'll bring on 2 strike tomorrow.
You hear that helps the background?
Oh, that's and we have a discussion on the fair to get that up and going, so I don't know if council wants to decide to look for a fair manager temporarily for hire right away, or any suggestions on that. Go back to the committee structure. Emily.
Before we get into all those details, do we know what our budget was last year? Do we know what the budget is this year? And is it safe to move forward as is, or do we need to scale back anything?
Should I call the treasurer in? And I think Brenda did that report.
I don't think we should know.
Go us earlier, she want nothing to do with it this year. Bring her in.
Yeah, it's hard to get a fair manager hired. We've had it advertised, but I think they appoint Brenda and they're at the last minute, so.
I just didn't know with budgets in the air, if it was a smart idea to move forward as usual, or if we needed to scale any of those things down.
Okay.
Tina, can you go get Wayne?
I think, sorry, I think if we have a care manager, they can start fundraising too.
That's exactly in our notes. Because you can start looking for sponsorships right now for those events. Yeah.
Just advertise for it, I think, and see.
It's been advertised. Has it been? Or we have it?
Yeah.
Has anybody applied?
I'm not sure.
Where's the advertising with the jobs stuff on Facebook?
Yeah, it's been, because I made guys made a motion at the beginning, I think.
What about if we put some of our programs on task? A program do it or something.
But they need a budget. Do they have a budget?
We do have a budget.
Can you send it to Christy, please?
You know, and whoever gets in there, we need to set an amount, that amount, instead of them saying, oh, I had to come in at 10 o'clock last night and do this, I want additional money. You know, set an amount and leave it at that, because, you work for the tribe, gee, give a little instead of asking for so much. For some, anyway.
You guys want to hear from Brenda? Last year, she was the fair manager on it. I think she did the budget on it.
I think, yeah, we should hear from her.
See what she has to say. Yeah.
There's like some legit stuff.
Yes.
What's the role of a business officer?
I heard that.
Just that, I think right now it's, remember it was established under Charlie Poole? Have them do it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see.
It was advertised, starting September 25th.
So there has to be some application.
Even if the business office could coordinate it, and they can go out and get the bids and contracts and everything.
Record program.
But yeah.
Without extra compensation.
Yeah, it's like the casino contract where, you know, if you do good, you get more. Yeah, something like that. Because I know if they bring in more revenue, then they get additional funding. Absolutely. Whoever takes the whole incentive to. Brenda was not gonna do it.
Brenda's coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they advertised September 25th.
Okay.
I don't know, they didn't answer me over there.
Oh, okay.
Hey Brenda. We were just gonna bring up start working on the fair. I don't know if you had what the budget is and.
I could tell you last year's budget and everything. That's what you guys, money, last year's.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, we did put in a budget this year for the fair manager. Right now, it's out of general. We do have 75,000 budgeted for the fair manager. For the 75,000.
See, yeah.
And that's in the budget.
That's been okay.
Then last year, well, for the last, in FY 20, on June 30th of 23, they approved the 2023 Rosebud Fair budget at $467,512.33. Then, on June, and then again, they approved it they approved 24 at the same amount. However, Wachipi came in later on after it was approved and increased their payouts by 40,000 plus. So that increased the fair board's budget, the fair's budget up to, for last year, up to a total of $508,424.49.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think, I don't know if I asked about it before too, but I mean, have each of these, like the Wachipis, submitted their budget for it, like a line item of everything on it, or what were they thinking? Because I know a lot of it goes into that Wachipi, but also with the rodeo ground, you know, so have they?
So what happened, if you guys remember, last year, again, actually for the last 2 years, they weren't getting their committees together right away, and they didn't do that in 23 till, I think the committees didn't come on until late June through July.
Actually, the RST fair ordinance still has the committees taken out of it. So that might, something the governmental affairs, it went back to the committee structure, but that's never been amended into our fair ordinance, back into our fair ordinance. So right now it's just a fair manager.
A fair manager and then one person from each committee. If you remember that, so like after it was Craig Lafferty, you guys selected to run the rodeo. Special events, it was
Tanya,
and then Mike One-Star for the Wachipi. So what happened was because they didn't get in there until July, I think it was.
Yeah.
And it was just like, I mean, a month, and so we just basically went off the budgets that they had the previous year. And so I sat down with all those coordinators and I said, what do you need changed in this? You have this X amount of dollars to work with. We can change the budget and move it around. Fit your needs, what are your plans? And so they all came back and they did change the budget, and then that's when Wachipi wanted more for a payout. Because I did have it all broke down. The rodeo budget was over 97,000. Then we had that saddle bronc match which was 57,000. Wachipi was 180, but we originally approved them at 126, and then they wanted more, so it bumped it up. Special events is at 85,000, and the fair board itself is 100,000, and that includes the fair board actually gets a budget because in that is anything that's needed for the fair, from the dusting, that dust control, to supplies, renovations, anything.
Electricity comes out of there, which we address every year. Michelle.
So does the committee, do we keep the same committee or do they have to be selected again? Are they given the option to stay on committee?
The fair board committee? Or for you mean?
Or about each individual committee?
Yep.
They usually put that out for advertisement and then they apply and then council selects.
But is it just coordinators?
Yeah,
Still.
just the coordinators.
They're coordinators?
Just one person.
So I'm wondering if we have that budget that we can work with and then advertise it right away and then let them know this is what you get. If you need more, then you have to do your own fundraising.
Can I make a suggestion here? This for the, and plus I look back there. I would highly suggest, because we do have money available, and I don't know how many applicants you have over there, or if you're not satisfied, I don't know why nobody hasn't been hired, but if you're not satisfied or if you're gonna hire someone, I would strongly suggest to put them on contract, because look we're already gonna be March, 6 months, 5.5 months. So first you need somebody to coordinate all this stuff. And it's a big job, it is. I mean, I'm telling you, and I worked back there for 18 years, so I know the ins and outs of stuff. You get somebody new that doesn't know intact, they're gonna be lost. And I told Wayne, I got a space in my office, if you guys get someone on, I'd be more than willing to help them. But it's a big job, you guys, it is. It's really a big job. So I would suggest the first step is to get somebody in there. You start getting them familiar, and then in the meantime, secretaries can advertise, and then they can get with these coordinators, you can get them on as fast as you can, and they can work with that coordinator to submit a budget. I would suggest to do that, because it's so late in the game now, you guys.
Yeah, like what Michelle was saying, I'm open, because like 3 people have already texted me saying that they didn't even know this position was even being advertised. And so if we could close advertisements within even a week.
The motion was September of last year? September 25th for 60 days, but whatever.
And it's close.
And I tried to You call made them the over motion. there, but they didn't.
Huh?
You made the motion.
To what?
Advertise it for 60 days in September.
I know, but
we haven't
gotten the application.
Re-advertise, give it a week.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So we haven't gotten the applications. They haven't answered you from HR. So let's close it in a week.
It's already
Let's,
closed.
well, let's,
It was closed at
wait, let's close it the, Monday or Tuesday before council in March. That way, our regular scheduled meeting like that, Wednesday before, you know.
So like the 17th?
Oh, I thought we don't even know if we have applications.
Yeah, Jen said she's gonna
That's
check.
what I mean.
It's already closed.
There is some over there.
But I mean, obviously people are watching, so they know that it's being advertised.
Yeah.
They'll come flooding in 2 weeks. That's basically 2 weeks, 17 days.
Are you moving to re-advertise, Wayne?
Yeah, for till the March 17th, and then bring them to council on the 19th or 20th.
I just should consider the applicants that
Those are the
submitted
facts.
for-
Why don't we re-advertise and keep those
Oh, okay.
applicants?
The 24th?
That apply?
The week before.
Just leave them in.
So the 10th.
Okay.
They'll still be part of that group, right? They'll still be in there.
That's what I'm saying, to keep
Yeah.
those-
Yeah.
They'll
We
still
don't
be-
even know who or how many applicants are in there right now.
So we just keep it open for.
Just keep it open until March 10th. Bring it forward for tribal council on the 19th or 20th.
Well, are we having council on the 11th, the 12th?
Are you looking
Could
at
you
it, right?
put in your motion to include the ones that are already there now?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what we're talking about.
Yes, and the other ones come forward in the same,
12th and the 13th.
Or the 10th is a Monday.
yeah.
So we have council on the 12th and the 13th of March.
So if we close it at 5 on the 10th, then we can review them on either the 12th or 13th.
Right, yeah, let's do that. I'll second his motion. And we'll add those if there are any applicants in.
Close on the 10th, review on the 12th or 13th. And all applicants previous come forward.
But the other thing is also, are you going to be hiring them permanently or are you putting them on contract?
That's what they're gonna have to decide, our council has to decide.
Yep.
How is it being advertised right now?
How is it gonna, yeah?
Or how will it be
That's
advertised?
not my job.
So I don't know if that needs to be clarified. We need to clarify that how it will be advertised.
Strabo, do you guys want it to?
It makes more sense in my, to do a contract, just for right now.
Makes sense.
And then if they don't work out, they don't work out. If they work out, maybe that long-term or permanent status after that. I don't know. That's just a suggestion.
We can discuss that, I think, after we review
On the
the
12th and
application.
13th.
Yeah. Just as long as it's not being advertised as a permanent position or something. Do you really
How
don't?
about if we ask the applicants to propose? Like if they want to do a permanent contract or.
Well, the money is gonna be set, right?
Well,
And that's
there
it.
is a budget for that.
She said there's 7 of them over there.
Maybe we should just.
You just wanna look at them now?
Look at them now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I didn't realize there was
They
that.
never brought them forth, that's their job. Holy bucket.
We didn't give any direction.
Advertise That's what I said.
Can we get a copy of that budget, please?
Last year's budget, they spent $508,000.
I made the motion, we got a second.
It's out there.
We still got a pick next,
Brenda, they want a copy of that budget.
And that's why I asked.
because we didn't motion to close it. Close it, did we?
No, your original motion was only for 60 days.
And that's the date.
It was like September of 24. You made a motion to advertise it for 60 days, so it's already closed,
Yeah,
right? That was in September, right?
300 days ago.
That's the same thing, like, you know, the other director positions.
So you're motioning to re-advertise, or you're gonna wait? No, he's gonna withdraw.
Advertising
Okay.
until March 10th and review applicants.
Oh, wait. I thought you guys wanted to see the current applicants. I gotta meet her at the back door. She's bringing them.
I don't want to see them till we have all of them.
But if we have 7 of them, can we
It
just?
should have closed, but we
It
were
did
never
close.
notified.
It did close. His motion in September was to advertise it for 60 days.
And that would have
So it's
been,
closed now.
and that would have been beginning of November.
But how many other positions like this have you guys had open for years? I mean, look at our general operations, our, what other positions are just sitting there, chief of police,
So Wade has a motion on the floor to re-advertise it
sorry.
and to close on the 10th and to review it on the 12th or 13th and keep the current applicants? Or do you guys want to look at these applicants now?
Wait, if we're gonna do the applicants, our motion to go into exec. It's a personal issue.
Second by, okay. Oh, we have a motion. Wait, now, your motion is still open. Your motion is still open.
No, she
I
said.
know, I
For the tenth.
I seconded.
She did.
Yeah,
Okay, second by Totes.
What motion are we talking about?
the only one on the floor is to continue advertising until the 10th and review and open on the 12th and 13th.
And to review that, our regular council meeting in March on the
12th and 13th.
12th and 13th. And to keep these ones in there.
Yep.
I have a quick question before we vote. So when will we have the discussion on how big the budget's gonna be, if we're going to have one? And I'm only saying that because if we're gonna go through all this effort to onboard someone and bring them on, and then the market crashes or the budgets don't get approved and then we don't even have any, I'm just wondering if this is our best use of time.
Yeah, we can discuss it after this. Like Brenda said, we need a fair manager to start coordinating everything, so.
If there's stuff to coordinate.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15.
Wait, anybody question that? Any question, Bill? What was that count? 14? 14 opposed?
1.
Not voting?
1.
14, 1, 1. Okay. So we'll send these ones back over there.
So they review those?
Yeah. Is Wayne
Want the
here?
exec and review them then?
He,
You could talk about budgets.
Oh,
yeah, so guys, Emily had a discussion about the budgets.
Okay.
So Brenda, the budget this year has already been passed at that same as last year's, 460,000?
No.
We haven't passed anything yet.
Okay.
We only did, we passed some usually in the July.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out, of course, me, I'm always,
No,
a big pessimist when it
No,
comes to
let
money.
us hear.
I know we adopted a budget and in there's money for the fair, I know that. That's money that was on the come, right? It wasn't in the bank, it's still not in the bank. And given what's going on at the casino and the problems we may be facing there and uncertainty of everything else, we may not be able to. And then I've been told that last year the net cost of the general fund for the fair was $500,000.
Yep.
Come on now. I ain't gonna stand for, go back to my community and tell them, times are bad and blah, 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 but we're gonna spend $500,000 at the fair.
Thank you.
But we don't have to spend all that money.
I understand
We can
that.
make it plain.
I'm just saying, let's
I know, yeah.
let's do the money first,
Right.
and then.
If I may say something? I agree with Mike, we should find the funding source, see where it's all gonna come from, because that's what we have to do back there for the fair. And it comes from several different funding sources based on what you guys approve in here. There were some suggestions, and one of them, you guys all know my Aunt Lois Sandpoint. I talk to her all the time. And she's worried about all this too, and she said, how come we just don't have a traditional powwow? And just have that. And still feed everybody and have a powwow. And the vendors could come, because that can come for us. But just have that. She said the way things are looking financially for the tribe, she said I would be scared to spend that kind of money. And that made a lot of sense to me, that came from an elder. She said, it's supposed to be something that's like a sobriety event that you could bring your whole family, because unfortunately the fair is at the end of the month. And a lot of people don't have money for all the activities, even to get to the fair. And a lot of the activities are mostly for adults. The carnival, the kids, they do have a few events for the children, but it's expensive not only for the tribe, but for everybody participating. And like I said, we I just went off the budgets that were done previously because I was fair manager. But the other thing to keep in mind also is that, and everybody knows this, that when we wait and wait until we only have months to come up with things for the fair, these vendors shoot their prices up because they know we need these items. So we have to get them for sometimes double, triple the price because we're in dire need, you know, the fair is only a month away, we don't have this stuff, so they charge us. But if we had a fair manager that could work all year, these committees in place, they could start bidding for what they need now, even now. And we would get a lesser price and we would save money. But unfortunately, that hasn't been happening in the past years. So we're always last minute trying to get goods and services and get charged a lot. So that's just something I'm gonna talk.
That's what Emily was saying too before we started, but maybe during this time frame that we're advertising, maybe we could ask the treasurer to come up with a fair budget for us that we can look over on the 12th and 13th too. So that way they have it researched back there and everything to get it together and to give us a good amount to work with.
Let's have a plan.
So, does anybody want to make a motion to have the treasurer do that, or that's what she is? Get a budget in place, maybe?
I will. Can,
Motion.
Second.
Can we have her work with Brenda because she knows the ins and outs of everything.
She worked for the treasurer.
We can talk to each other and figure it out.
Wayne will let me know.
I just think that it's important. I mean, I know it's a lot of money, but Rosebud Fair is a huge celebration. It's a celebration of a victory. So I don't think that we should just say that, oh, we don't have money for that, because everybody looks forward to it every year. So I don't know. I just think that we should figure a way to make it happen, and it doesn't have to be a big and a lot of money, but make a bunch of sense.
Last year, that RST budget was increased to bring in more contestants. Hold on a second. Okay, so the motion on the floor by Mike is to have the treasurer put together a fair budget by March 10th for council review on the 12th or 13th.
I'll second.
Seconded by Totes. Any more discussion?
I have something to say.
And Wayne.
You know, Michelle's right, but holy buckets, we don't need to nickel and dime the program to death either. You know, some of us, the employees that work here for the tribe, we don't need to get paid every time we turn around additional pay. Do things out of the kindness of your heart for the people. Because you know what? There's people out there that don't get a damn thing. We have people that get things over and over again, repeatedly, over and over again. And you know what? The people that are really pitiful out there, they don't even ask for a penny or a dime. They'd rather sit in a cold house rather than asking for someone to come bring propane. And we have, I think who was there? Craig, Tanya, and Mike. Why don't we have them come back in? So we're advertised for that, but have them come back in because they're already, rather than reinventing their wheel, they already know what they did last year. They have the experience. So that way they can chop with that budget that he's going to come forth with us. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
And they all had a report too, I think.
Yes, they did. They gave a good report. Yeah.
That's a plus.
Nobody's ever done that before.
Yeah. Okay, so, and then I had Wayne and Chris.
Seconding Mike's motion.
Oh, Totes already did.
Question.
Chris.
Yeah. Just for food for thought too. I know we're always telling other people to save money or to expect it, or even earlier this conversation within budget cut, but just food for thought for each and every one of us in this room. If push comes to shove and we do need to save money, I think we should take a 30% cut too from our payroll to help out with these events. You know, we can help out with a lot of stuff in this room. We can help out with if we take that 30% cut as well if push comes to shove. So, I mean, that's something I'm willing to do. It'd be a good test too for our character and our integrity. Food for thought.
For just the fair?
No, for everything, for
Brenda.
his plan, the last chapter.
But on that motion for the treasurer to do the budget, that it also include where the funding sources are gonna be coming from.
Okay, Mike, can I amend, you want to amend it to include where the funding sources are?
Well, the fact that, Wayne is going to be involved in the
Money man.
budget, he knows, he's been here before many times, he knows all the horror stories.
Okay.
And the good stories.
All in favor?
What's the motion? What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Wayne questioned it. Motion to have, or motion by Mike to have the treasurer put together a fair budget by March 10th for council review on March 12th or 13th.
And I seconded it.
And Wayne questioned it.
Thirded,
it.
thirded it.
All in favor?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed? 0. Oh, 1.
No.
Okay. Opposed, 0? Yeah, not voting? 3. 1303.
So Mike made the motion but opposed it?
No.
I think that's a good idea. You can make a motion for that. To have those same managers come in because of, kind of, I don't know if you guys want to discuss on that, but.
I think one of the managers always the applicant.
Did you look at these? Emily.
I just had a question on, so earlier I asked if when we're gonna have a conversation on what we're gonna budget for, because how are we asking someone to provide us a budget when we don't even know what we're asking, what events they're gonna be or what, so I'm a little bit confused on that part. So I guess what are we budgeting for? I'm asking my question right, but in my mind, if you want to keep the same people on as last year, then we're automatically doing the same events as last year. Whereas I thought we were going to have a conversation to see if those are all still the events that we're going to. And the only reason why I'm suggesting that is because if worst case scenario does happen, I'm not saying we cancel, but what if our, like she said, our Wachibi was traditional instead of payout, our rodeo was not a payout, or maybe it was just youth, or maybe instead of having feeds, the tribe brought food and we let our community members come cook for us and have big food contests. Maybe we have garden contests, maybe we have raising teepee contests. I think there's a lot of other ways that we could look at lowering the budget, lowering the cost, and still having a meaningful celebration of our people. But if we're gonna move forward, it's exactly the same way, then why are we even saying we're gonna do that when we're not? So that, I guess I'm just confused on why we're asking for a budget when we don't even know what we're asking what events for.
We need a budget to know what we can, like for contract wise and.
But what are you gonna budget for? Like, how do you, but I don't even know if we're having.
Wayne, you want to answer? Why we budget the fair?
What we do for like Wachipi here, the total dollar figure that's given, so underneath it, there's a budget for Wachipi, and it has contractual, then it has rodeo contestant payout, we pay out for adult, teen, junior, county top, master ceremony, arena director, drum keeper, head judges, sound man, secretary, registration clerk, public art, head cook, invocation, Jackson. Then for like special events, we have this rodeo pageant, mud races, parade, horseshoe tournament, little league, golf tournament, men's fast pitch, women's fast pitch, baseball, t-ball, garden contest, archery, head game, volleyball, youth appreciation, other events like the garden contest. Then it's all, each one has a budget. You guys want me to print that out to you guys?
Yep, that would be.
Yes, I need it.
And could, if we do go with those three, why don't they propose A, B, and C too, just in case we have to break that budget down, even though it's there? What if we need to use some of that funding for something else? We can still have all that other stuff, but still let's have plan A, B, and have them bring us A, B, and C, like 3 different proposals that we could, options that we could choose from also.
Free program.
Just a thought. A recommendation. Thank you.
Ben.
I guess my thoughts on it too is the same thing as, started the budget. I think these budget came from some baseline somehow, some way. And my thoughts on it was like, what are the baselines of these? Like, let's say the Wachipi, you said electricity, groundskeeping, things that affect that. That's what I would think of as that, baseline type stuff that needs to be addressed so we can have the Wachipi. But what is the extra stuff? Are we, all the things that you mentioned on there? I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of the times you should be able to be honored to be, accepted into, cooking or something to that effect for the Wachipi. But I mean, I don't know if that's outrageous enough to hire somebody for $10,000 to cook or something like that, unless they're bringing the food. But that's another thing too. I mean, that's where I think, I don't know if anybody actually got any donations from these programs, I mean, from these, I guess, Wachipi or rodeo ground, something like that. Because I mean, those are things I know in the past you used to donate a cow or maybe donate a buffalo or something to that effect, and that's where everybody kind of came into play. But I mean, the baseline budget is where I thought that's where it came out of, which was not very much, electricity, I guess whatever else we can put in there to help to get this going. And in years, it got blown up. So to me, I'm just thinking baseline, because again, like we said, having A, B, and C budgets so that we can actually see what can happen. I know we asked that before too, when they did come to do these reports, is that next time you come in with a budget, you should have the different things. Because they did say that they would go out and do some fundraising to help out with saddle bronc, I think. Shaps, I think one was the other one. But again, if we're paying for this stuff, then, how we getting this back, or how is this, the earning cost of it, I guess. So, but anyway, that's just my concern on it, is that when I say budget, I would like to see the baseline of everything. I know the ball games have to do the lights and the groundskeeping, things that affect, but additional stuff, what can we go off of? Like first place is $10,000 for 10 players, I think it is. So I'm just kind of concerned in that part. Everybody wants the big money. So, and I know it was mentioned before too, I think last year, is that if we don't give the big money, then all the people won't come in. Well, it's a celebration, so they should be able to come anyways. We already established ourselves. So if they want to come, they can come. We're not begging anybody to come. We're not going to give them $50,000 to come over here. So I'm just kind of concerned that our baseline budget should be something to that effect. And then again, the people who apply for these positions should have enough enthusiasm to go out and get more funding from different places. That's why we're able to get more people to do their, I guess you can say their posters, the posters or anything like that. Because I know you can do that right now. People are able to do that. So, but that's just my concern. I mean, the baseline part of their budget. But I guess nowadays it's like, well, if we don't give them $50,000 to $10,000, that they're not going to do it. Right? I think we'll have to find somebody else out there that can do the same amount with just less pay. I know it's brought up with my colleague to say, let's do a 30% cut on our salaries. I'm for it, because hey, I did $20,000 in a job that before too. So to me, it's just making it fit, I guess. But that's just my concern. So that's why I went to voice that. Thank you.
Just to answer a couple of your questions, one thing that I thought of myself, but again, like I was kind of thrown in there last minute, but I always thought, we have a lot of tribal programs that they can help with the fair. And a lot of them they do. But there's other ones that can also help with printing, road work, whatever it may be. Roads and water fuel really helped me last summer, even with the landscaping, everything. So we have a variety of programs. Maybe we could put a feeler out there. Is there anything that you might be able to help us with? I mean, that might cut some costs too.
Yep. Thank you.
Brenda, can you let them know where the revenue from the rodeo and softball games goes?
Yeah. I thought we'll give you a printout real quick if you guys want.
Yeah, please. Wait.
Yeah, just like Totes was saying and some of the others, it gets blown out whenever we're trying to really over celebrate, because it is a great celebration for a victory that we all shared. But at some point, if the funding isn't there, we won't know until mid-March, and we could go into evaluating it then. But like rodeo, there was a guy here last year with Pyra, and he was saying, let's do Pyra because the locals enter and the locals win the money. Or do an open rodeo where locals compete and win the money. We're not going to be just all obsessed with cowboys coming from Arizona to win our money for the roping and then take off back to Arizona. If you're a rodeoing person or you're a local cowboy that's not doing it professional, or cowgirl, and you're not doing it professional, it costs you $350 to $500 for a day pass to compete in said event and your day money to enter the event. And then on the other end of the traditional side, people will argue and they'll say, if we don't offer 5,000 per drum, then there ain't gonna be any drums. There won't be any big name dancers coming to Rosebud Fair. I would rather see one of our locals here win the money at our powwow than worry about bringing in someone from Cali or down south.
That's the way we should do it.
And that's exactly, I mean, it's our celebration. If you care and you're a Lakota or Dakota from the area, then come here and celebrate. If not, I really don't have a problem downsizing to accommodate just for us, because it's our celebration. And I mean, it even got put out there last year or 2 years ago that if the Cowboys and Cowgirls wanted to have an event, then they brought stock to make sure that there was stock to be used. We got 4 stock contractors here. If they want their bucking stock bucked, then they're gonna do it. But maybe we're not gonna pay them $200 an out per buck. So, I mean, the realistic portion of it is, it's our celebration. It shouldn't be looked down upon at this point in time. We're only doing contingent plans to figure out how to still have it in a good way.
It may turn out to be the way we should be doing it.
Right.
Should have been doing it on
And you know, we do need to reach out to other entities too, because last year, St. Francis Indian School, they fed every day. They grilled, they did twice a day, you know, and it was all volunteer. They did all volunteer. So I think, you know, if we reach out to the programs right now and ask them, give their input, see what they can all help with, it can really be done in a good way.
Yes.
Ben.
I just, you know, I think, thinking of these events like this, you know, next one that's be coming up is the Youth Day, you know, so I think that would be an actual example, I think, of Brenda, you know, asking programs to bring those up, I think. And I think it's been done before too, but so I think that's like a preview of what Rosebud Fair would probably look like if we get people to come in and maybe take a look at that also. But again, I think Youth Day is going to be coming up too. I'm not sure what day that is, but it's coming up here. That's going to be kind of a planned issue also. Last year, I think it was hot, I think. So you have to plan and coordinate. But anyway, so those are just my thoughts on it too, is that would be an example of what Rosebud Fair is going to be looking like, especially, you know, it coming up the way it is, the way the government's going, the way we're bringing up with the funding part of it. So anyway, that was just my thoughts on it, because I know it's going to be another thing I'd be brought up again. But just a comment. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
That's that bet on me.
They're 15. They're 15.
Those goody ones too.
So we got those 2 motions. You guys want to start off with that and see what we come back with next month, or look at those coordinators that are already there?
Yes.
Well, it has to be anyways, you know, to our situation. We have to figure it out by next week. Because I know that SMETP, they did the job, they struggled to do it.
You guys gonna keep those same coordinators as last year?
Are we willing to?
I don't know.
We should, if they're willing to.
We should at least let them.
Because that's kind of where it comes into too, is we advertise for it and that takes some more time too.
I think we should open it up, and if they apply, then we move them to the top of the list. But I think that because we're doing something a little bit different this year, we might want to open it up, but that's just one suggestion.
Should we, open it up for the same time frame?
Yes, yep.
Can we make a motion?
Motion, Emily?
Yeah.
Motion to advertise
Position.
for the special events coordinator, rodeo coordinator, and Wachipi coordinator.
Yes.
And to close on the 10th.
Yep.
For council review on the 12th or 13th.
Yes.
Okay. There's a second. By Totes. Any discussion? Question? By Robert. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion passed.
Okay.
We're done. Are we, any more discussion on the fair or? Okay, Robert.
Ja, Alberto, niillä makiktaa sille takua. Chamasi se chahaki ik panaisi no wa ihan wagla kinkta. Me kokasti kancholla omanna kagena petuasti sichapalo. Na juha chantevasti na fechuza. Le apetu hiani ata mazaskai chonsi chamna ata Lila Uonicha Otaslecha. Ash, Miss little sister, Lilac Chiwaglakinaha. Wochek ya charsna. Taku cash, Tokaktishnila. 150, over 150 years, they've been trying to terminate the Lakotas. But we're a resilient tribe. We pulled through that. Now, again, if we all stand together, I think we could do the same thing again. We're going to hit some tough times, but if we stand together, we could overcome this bad news that you guys are talking about all morning. I was listening to you guys. It sounds interesting. Ash, if we, at the beginning, stayed with our culture, practice our culture, we wouldn't have to worry about money. We're always talking about being sovereign, but we're not sovereign. We depend on that federal government, and it causes us to panic this morning. We should have a self-sustaining life, like the Tatankas. Tatankas, the best management of buffaloes, to leave them alone. Let them survive themselves. They have those instincts. And the Lakotas are the same way. We got that survival instinct. And one of the things that I've noticed my 7 months being on a council is sometimes this body shows a complete lack of disrespect for elderly people. It was mentioned this morning that some of our elders should be brought in here. How many times have I heard that in those 7 months? How many times were the elders here giving us advice? 0. Not one time did we invite the elderly here to give us advice, give us a direction. Sometimes we look like a car with a bad steering wheel. We don't even know which way we're going. Constantly bickering with each other. You guys are talking about Rosebud Fair. That was a celebration because we defeated Custer. That's what it should be about, not about money making. Go back to tradition. So what if those $10,000 dancers and ball players don't come? So what? The Rosebud Fair is getting too commercialized. And I said that as a joke, but I mean it. It's getting to a point where you get a corn dog for $10. You get a hand-sized taco for $12, $15. How many Lakotas could afford that? This food that they bring around, that's just for the well-to-dos. Again, our Lakotas are down in the dumps again. It's good that we're feeding people, or they would have been starving to death. Because they can't afford the food that they're offering at these celebrations. But let's not forget what we're celebrating for. It's not a celebration for profit. It's a celebration for the victory for the Lakota people. And I, for one, don't want to be sending false messages out and giving false hopes. So I invited one of my kolas here today. And whether you like it or not, I'm gonna give him the floor to give advice for about 5 minutes. And one of my other colas just left because he got tired of sitting there. That's how we treat our elderly people. This house belongs to the Uyate people. We gotta always remember that. When they come into the council room, you should give them the floor when they ask for it. I know money's a priority for you guys, but you know what? The concerns of the Lakota people are my concerns. That's one of the reasons why I'm sitting here. So if you guys don't object, I'd like to get the floor for one of my colas that he wants to give some advice for the Lakota people. Oh, who you are?
Red Marshall, much of. That how you live walk like a ash. Bucket fifty nothing. The itchachanka. Itchachang hetakuksaya. You know what a leader is? Itchachan? That's somebody who makes decisions for the people. Now, the people want to celebrate the victory. Rosebud. Simple. Have a power. All the ones that want to go there, will go there. We can't entice people to come there. Well, I think you let them get home. Oscate. We call it Oscate. But this morning you guys are talking about communities, little communities that are in 20. Each one of you represents some community, your membership. What do you know about your community? Do you know everybody that's there in your community? Do you know what the problems are? Water, housing. Do you know that? Do you bring it up in council when you're here? Or do you go off onto some other issue? A lot of this stuff has to do with our being, our wolak. There's a wuchante oganoke, which means we have pity for our people because we're up there, we're leaders. And these virtue systems, that brought us through a little big one. That brought us through all these Calvaries. That brought us through all the different things they threw at us. And we're here. The treaties, they had to make treaties in order for the white people to make towns, in order for them to make farms, ranches, whatever. They had to make treaties so we won't bother them. We won't chase them off the land. They made agreements. Housing was one of them. Education and hospital, healthcare. Those are in the 1868 treaty. Trump, your leader, Trump, he can't break this. No matter how hard he tried, he ain't going to be able to break these treaties. So we're strong like that. But we don't realize it. His words mean a lot more to us than our treaties. Our heart's not intervening for the people. Our hearts are trying to make us stronger than the next white man. But they told us, you can't out white man a white man. You can't out black a black man. You can't out yellow a yellow man. You're Lakota. Be Lakota. Be proud. No matter what you do, no matter where you're at, they're going to ask you, what are you? What you going to say? You know, it's just a simple question, but that's a lot. I've been all over. I've been to California, LA. I lived in LA. I lived in Las Vegas, Reno. I lived in Salt Lake. I lived in Denver. I know these white people. I know the black people. That's why I come back here. I always say, I'm proud. I'm proud to be Lakota. This pride took me through a lot of things. I come back here. I sit down. I don't see it. I don't see no pride. I see competition.
Bless you.
I see competition here. Everybody's against each other. Everybody wants more for their community than the next one. It's not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to be in culture. And that's for the people. You know, the little girl that walked out with her kid. And you're just crying. I was coming in. What happened? The council won't listen to me. They just push me aside. They won't hear my case. They won't do nothing. You know, I thought, there's leaders here. They should know how to handle that. Like I said before, if you guys don't know what you're doing, get some training. Like housing. We got all these boarded up houses. People want houses. I said, what do you need to do? You need to clean them. Get hazmat outfits, go in there, clean them. 3 days, they'll be up. You can rent it out. You encapsulate all that stuff. Rent them out. That's what they do in cities. How come we can't do that here? There's houses out there that have been sitting there 2-3 years. Boarded up. People that used to be in there, you know, homeless. Here we're sitting here, you know, talking about thousands of dollars. People are suffering out there. I don't know. I could go on and on. I thought, thank you.
That's all?
No.
Any more on the, there? Okay. We have that Millwhack vacancy. You want to bring that up tomorrow under the secretary's report?
I think we can do it now.
Okay.
There's two.
Two? Okay.
One is the one Millwhack vacancy is the, what do you call it? It's the active one, and then the other one is the, alternate,
How often do they meet?
once a month.
Okay,
And I encourage,
does the chair fill that position and the other two are alternate?
no, I'm one for another year, and then whoever comes in as the or whoever comes in as the other one, there's 2 positions reserved for every tribe on the board. And then there's also an alternate if I can't make it, or whoever the other one is can't make it, and the alternate can come in.
Okay, I'm just asking because the email that
I was-
a while back, said that it needed to be appointed by the president or the chair and then the delegate. So I just wanted to make sure.
Emily, when I was health board chair, that seat was actually made for me and we were gonna look for an alternate, but I couldn't make all those meetings. So then we selected you to sit in the health board chair seat, and then I think Tanil was the alternate, right?
So it was alternate. No,
Yeah.
you were alternate to my other seat member.
But it was originally for the health board chair. And then the council selected on.
But council chooses, how it says up there is council chooses or the president can choose. Now, one tribe, the president reserves that, so the president is actually choosing those 2 members and the alternate. And, but then ours, it doesn't really say. So they take it from a council directive on who those 2 members are and an alternate.
Keep it that way.
And so we've done it by motion and then have the seating and vote on them.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that's where I was confused there with that.
Oh, yeah. And anyone who, honestly, if you really want to understand the compact and contracting of IHS and how it can work, I encourage you to apply for one of these 2 positions because it is very educational. And the things that we're trying to do up there are really what the people deserve. There's a lot of different programs that have been added to personalize healthcare versus making it so separate as a patient.
Emily, do you have a question?
I was just gonna volunteer as one of the vacant positions if you need a nomination.
And then I wanted to nominate Sherry. She told me before she walked out, she wanted to be nominated.
Are there any other nominations?
I like to nominate myself as well. I went to a couple other meetings and I wanted to be a part of that as well.
Any other nominations? So it's for 2 positions, right?
Alternate and a regular.
One regular and an alternate.
An alternate, okay. So do these nominations want to go for the regular one, and will the second one will go for the alternate?
Oh.
So we need to post it.
Post-it.
So we're just voting for one?
That's what I was like saying. You guys want to vote for one or select two, and the one that gets it will be the one seat, and the other one will be the alternate. I don't know how you guys.
So vote for two?
It's up to you guys.
Okay.
How do you guys?
Do it that way, you guys? Vote for two?
You guys agree to vote for two, and then the top
Top one
two.
gets it, and then the second one's the alternate.
Okay.
Okay, while everyone's voting too, I just want to, during our March 12th and 13th council meeting, Tocala would like to do, or the Sachangu Youth Council would like to do fundraiser here and have a meal. The 12th, they'll have a meal and they're for $12 on the 12th, and on the second meal, the 13th, they're $15. So bring your money. They're doing a fundraiser for the Unity in San Diego.
What is it?
The 12th and the 13th, they're doing a fundraiser there.
You'll find out. She's already hungry.
Blue chicken and dumpling soup with dry bread and water on one day, and then taco with Spanish rice and water. What's that? Via taco. Bring your money those 2 days, the 12th and the 13th.
Like said, it's fine. And Sherry. Pick two.
I don't, Chris, they will do.
Yeah.
But that, the 12th of that's.
Yeah, that's these dates are here were the match for this month. Oh, but we have.
They don't have March up yet?
But that's how March is gonna look though.
There's 28 days, so it'll be exactly the same.
Oh,
Except for the council dates.
Oh, yeah, 'cause those.
and then we should get the 6th on.
It's the 6th.
Oh, yeah.
For what, please?
Okay. It's his birthday.
Hey, Bible.
He's gonna let his hair down.
They trying to get him to agree, huh? Shaking his head.
You got the email too?
Oh, budget.
Or the taco bus come in. Are you ready?
Oh, what do we do?
Right.
You should also got a pen, didn't I?
Michelle and Sherry. Emily and Sherry.
Oh, should we give
Emily, that's one name.
good speeches?
Michelle, that's one name. Michelle. Sherry and Emily. Michelle and Emily. We filled this one out. Sherry and Michelle.
One, two.
Sherry and Michelle.
What? I don't want to put your name down, but yeah, send it like this.
Emily and Michelle.
Adrian.
Emily and Michelle. What's that one?
Michelle.
Is it? Rick's kind of shaking. Michelle and Emily.
Spoiled ballot.
Sherry and Michelle.
How'd you get 20 post-it notes up there?
Sherry and Michelle. Wayne, what do you think about this?
Do the tiebreaker.
I'm blind as a bat. You're asking me to read it?
Yeah.
Have Jane on her end.
Had Emily's name on there, he said.
Don't say that. Just spoil the ballot.
Oh, that's Emily.
Emily twice? Emily twice?
Only letters.
Can you make out a letter?
Yeah.
Is S-H.
Sherry.
E-L-Y.
Shirley? So Sherry and Emily?
Yeah, that's what it looks like they were gonna start writing Sherry and then finished off with Emily.
Change the vote halfway.
But the bottom one is Michelle. Just Michelle.
Okay, so that one still leaves a tie, so then Michelle's the person, and we'd have to revote for an alternate.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Michelle's the first one, and then we have to revote for Emily and Sherry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
So Michelle's in there. We need more stickies.
Yeah, 7-7.
I could have.
So only choose one out of Emily and Sherry, not Shirley. Shirley.
I didn't even vote last time, so I got money.
There's a Y.
I thought it'd be a clear winner, but obviously not.
It was a clear winner.
Yeah, that's definitely a
He said it was be close. Oh, shoot, he gave me one.
Shelly.
Thank you.
Shirley. Emily.
See, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I give a speech?
Thank you.
Bring them all over. All around here.
I'm gonna put on that veggie first.
Don't be spoiled on this side.
MLWAC.
Yeah, they live on the hollow.
Looks like Sherry.
It does. So it's like SH, then at the, and then it's like LY at the end with some sweet words in the middle.
Sherry.
Ready? Yep. Sherry. Sherry. Emily. Sherry. I seriously keeps going. Everybody say Sherry. Emily. Axtown rep.
We cut our own fireworks.
Wayne did that.
Sherry. Just know it was Wayne, he laughed the loudest.
He threw his head back.
Sherry. Sherry. Emily. 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 She's not that tiny.
No, it's a 7, right? 7,
Emily.
6.
Oh.
There's Emily.
8, 6.
And Emily.
There's almost another tie. Yeah. That was a close one.
Close again?
Yeah.
How many people are here?
That's what I said the first time.
Okay, we need a motion to share, or,
Is there 16 of us?
so it would be Michelle as the seat holder and Emily as the alternate?
Yep, I'll make the motion.
Is it the Axtown or
Emerald City was the one I heard too.
Who seconded that?
Did she just call me the husband?
Oh, she is white.
Shit, I made the motion, never mind.
I'm so sorry.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
I don't know. I think that pretty much covers everything.
I didn't know what you said. Like, white husband come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Tammy has a personnel issue she would want to discuss, so I'll just declare us into executive.
Executive? Did we wrap up?
We're going into executive.
Would you go there?
2 weeks.
For a period of 2 weeks, 30 days? 3 days? Okay. Motion to advertise the LEAP director for a period of 30 days. The salary will be discussed and defined in the personnel committee.
And budget and finance.
And budget finance.
I go outside.
Didn't finance and what?
Hot flash.
Okay, I'm the one that did this.
Yeah, no, how you guys? Hot flashes.
Motion by Tammy, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Sherry. Any more discussion?
Real quick, roll call vote.
Vote one.
Yeah.
Hold on, I didn't get a question.
I'll need a question.
Yeah. Michelle? Michelle. That's time. Vote one.
Yeah.
Christopher Eaglebear?
Yeah.
Todd Bersha?
Oh.
Calvin Wright?
Yes.
Anthony Woodenough Jr.? He's. Michelle Goldberger?
Yes.
Royal Yellowhawk is absent. Robert Runwingly?
Yep.
Charles DeRay Jr. is absent. Bill Marshall?
Yes.
Wade Frederick?
Yes.
Emily Boyd Belandro is absent. Alvin Bearhill Sr. is absent. Terry Wright Plank?
Yes.
Pamela Wilcott?
Yes.
Liza Kildensight?
Yes.
Michael Bolt Sr.?
Nope.
William Kendall is absent. Ben Rossman III?
Yep.
Marion Little Thunder?
Not going.
Thanks.
I have a question on my vote.
12 yes. 2 no. 0 abstain and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You have one abstain, Marion.
Marion abstain. Oh.
Oh, really?
On roll call, you couldn't abstain unless you're immediately related to the
You have
individual.
to, I was gonna say that.
Or
When we're on
have something to
roll call.
gain.
Oh, when we're on roll call, we have to vote.
Yep.
When they talk about that last.
Unless you have something to gain or you're directly related to the individual.
Yeah, you have to vote.
First.
Marion. No. 12 yes, 2 no, 0 abstain, and 6 absent.
And I have a question.
Lila, then Mike.
Okay. I'm gonna revert mine to no because I have a legal opinion question.
So it'll be 11-3-0.
Okay.
Stan, we're voting to advertise the LEAP director position for a period of 30 days. Roll call vote.
Yes.
12-3-0.
5.
And 5 absent?
Yep.
12-3-0 and 5 absent. Motion carried. Mike.
Yeah, just for the record, I voted no, and I want this in the record, I voted no because I believe that the motion was premature.
And is mine recorded as well? I want the legal opinion.
Recess till tomorrow.
Okay, I made this motion because resolution number 2024-274 has her listed as a chief of staff full-time. We have an acting right now in that position, so you can put that for the record. I think we need to, reconsider this resolution tomorrow. Just my opinion.
See you all tomorrow at 10.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Be gone tomorrow.
My God.